Okay. I guess I just wanted to know. Do you know who's going to be the moderator? Several moderators. Yeah. So, okay. I'm going for the last two. Okay. This one is Bill. That's count two. Count three. Right on. Okay. So last week. So,
yeah.
do your thing.
What's that? What do you think? I'm good. Appreciate you.
Let's go.
Here we go. Good morning, everyone. Good, and I hope everyone is doing well. Welcome to the next 50 year of the Hunt Plan. I am Demarius Russell, Marine Corps veteran, financial advisor for Northwestern Mutual, and your co-MC alongside my brother, Jeffrey Rosales, and founder of CEO of Moreno. Today, we come together not just to celebrate progress, but to imagine what our communities, our industries, and our partnership can look like over the next 50 years. The 100-year plan has always been a long-term vision, a commitment to building something that lasts beyond. We are joined together by who embody that spirit of continuity and innovation. And today, we welcome today's ceremony, and let us take a moment to recognize what has brought us here: decades, collaboration, and a vision. And what kind of word would we like to hand off to those who follow us? This morning meeting is about reaching to that answer together. Thank you for being a part of this journey. Now, please join me in welcoming my co-MC, fellow visionary, Jeffrey Rosales, to kick us off.
Thank you, Demarius. Please give him a round of applause. I mean, that is an amazing opening remark for setting the 100-year plan vision. As he said, my name is Jeff Rosales. I am a Marine Corps veteran as well. And this is my brother from another mother here. Him and I served in the Marine Corps. And for some reason, the Marine Corps brought us back together, and we're hooking and jabbing here. So thank you all for being here again today. We have a really exciting agenda. We're going to be talking about AI. We're going to be talking about government innovation. We're going to be talking about bringing people together and building together in this time and in this climate. And I really appreciate you guys coming here, because showing up is half the battle here. But I'm not going to take up the entire stage, because we have some amazing talent coming up here. So please join me in welcoming the Marine Corps Junior ROTC Vista del Lago High. Please also welcome an amazing talent. She's getting ready to go to Juilliard, and I'm excited about that. Miss Sarah Jackson.
Oh, say, can you see the dawn's early light? What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets echo, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Great job. Awesome. Okay, thank you. Please, ladies and gentlemen, once again, once a round of applause. Thank you. I really want to present this award to Sarah Jackson. Like I said before, this is just a representation of the next 50 years of our future here. Someone who she was sharing with me, she comes from a military family, extended family, served in the military. She has a desire to go to college, has a desire to be part of Juilliard. I hope you do. Like I said, fellow Marine Adam Driver, he's doing really well. You know, he did well in Juilliard. Probably took him a little bit to do that, how to adjust. But, I want to thank you again because you represent the future and what we're doing today. So here's an award on behalf of for your skin in the game here. And also, you can take this back to your school district and you can represent them and tell them all the great things you're doing here today, Sarah. So over to you for a couple of.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Sarah Jackson, and I'm a senior at Canyon Springs High School. Over the years, I've come to learn that who we are and what we love shapes the way we serve others. For me, my faith is at the center of everything I do. I am a Christian who loves God, Jesus Christ, my family, and my friends. They are the foundation, my strength, and joy. I've learned that service begins with love. Love for others, love for learning, and love for the place we call home. Right now, I am involved in my choir, where I serve as president, and I also love performing in theater. These experiences have taught me the importance of teamwork, dedication, and using my talents to bring joy to others. Balancing my responsibilities with schoolwork has helped me see that hard work and faith go hand in hand. As part of this 100-year plan, I see the next 50 years as an opportunity to serve my community by being a light in my community, someone who leads by example, uplifts others, and stays true to their values. My generation has the power to shape the world through kindness, innovation, and integrity. I believe that through service, responsibility, and good influence, we can strengthen not only our nation, but the hearts of the people in it. In the years ahead, I hope to continue using my voice, whether through music, theater, or leadership, to inspire others to serve with purpose and faith. because when we serve with love, we build a brighter future together. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Sports.
Okay, Daniel, can you please play video for Mayor Baca?
All right. Thank you, Daniel. Give it up for Daniel for that. That's an amazing stuff what he's doing here. I think it's really important for us to recognize how important it is that we also need our political leaders involved in this process and all the things that we are looking to accomplish together. Without them establishing policy, advocating for us, we wouldn't have some of the opportunities that we do. So we're very, very grateful for the mayor pro tem, Elena Baca Santa Cruz, who couldn't make it here today, but she did send some remarks. So I'll just read them off real quick to you guys, and then we're going to bring up her right hand. Was very humble, Jasmine Rivera. So she said, "I truly regret that I'm unable to be with you today for the 14th annual Veterans of Small Business Trade Show, an event that means a goal to me and to our community. This trade show plays an important role in connecting our veterans and small business owners with opportunities to grow, learn, and succeed. It's a great example of how collaboration and community spirit make Moreno Valley stronger together. Thank you to everyone who helped bring this event together and to all who continue to support our veterans and local businesses. I look forward to joining you at a future event and continuing to build on the success of this important tradition. Signed, Mayor Pro Elena Baca Santa Cruz, Mayor Pro Term." Thank you, and please give them welcome applause for Jasmine Rivera, who's going to be accepting some awards on her behalf.
See you next time.
All right, and next up, we are going to have Dr. Lena Shiggins, who's going to be introducing Miss Marta Carrera. Please come on up for DGS.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see you all here, bright and smiley. I'm honored to be introducing Marta Alexandra Carrera, who is currently the Small Business and Disabled Business Enterprise Certification Branch Manager. Marta has been with the California Department of General Services, DGS, for 6 years. Prior to joining DGS team, Marta was a certification branch manager for the California Department of Transportation Disadvantaged Business Program. Marta has more than 35 years experience, which is amazing, in management and both in the public and private sectors, and was also a governor appointee. Without further ado, I'd love to introduce and bring Marta up.
Hey, Dan, can you play a video tribute to Marta's husband, please?
It's like on the sand, that poster. I want you.
Ops for Vets would like to honor Angel Carrera. Angel was instrumental in connecting veterans with opportunities and making sure they had skin in the game.
Our veterans serve us in our community when it's our time to serve them.
Let's honor Angel's legacy by continuing to provide veterans with opportunities in his memory.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for honoring Angel's legacy. You are helping to keep his spirit and work alive through active participation and engagement within the DVBE community. I can't tell you how much this means to me and my sons. Shortly after Angel's passing, I transferred to OSDS, and it has been a home for me for the past 6 years, where our team works on fulfilling our mission to support and empower the DVBE community to secure contracts with the state through certification, outreach, education, and advocacy. What I value most about OSDS is the extraordinary team of 60 dedicated professionals, each sharing a strong value of helping small and disabled veteran businesses. The staff is driven by a strong sense of service, fostering connection, camaraderie, which contributes to the collective success. We at OSDS continue to strive to be a reliable partner and resource for DVBEs, guiding them through the complex certification and contract process while maintaining the integrity of the program. Thank you all for being here, and thank you.
Thank you, please, Marta. And I am bringing Dr. McGill here, who's going to be presenting Marta with an award. Give it up, please, for her.
Again, thank you very much. Very honored.
And also, Dr. McGill is a business strategist, and real quick, we were talking in the background. So she told me that her business almost failed, and it wasn't until she did 4 marathons and she realized how important health is in driving your business forward. So
It was more I almost gave up on the business because of injuries. And that's where I paid attention to my health. So I share both because they go together.
yes.
So we're really happy about that.
So on behalf of that, we're giving her an award as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we also have an amazing other speaker who's going to be speaking on panel 1. She's going to be talking about AI. My understanding is AI's relationship with the humanities. And so I think it's very important. I do have to admit, I did use ChatGPT for a little bit of my format today. And I do have to give him some little bit of credit. But I do want to hand it over to Sheila here, who's going to be giving some additional opening remarks.
Thank you. And thank you thank you, Al, for letting me be here. AI is an amazing, it's a conversation that's, I think, going to change the course of civilization. And I know we're all using it right now for productivity, but I like to really look at it from the lens of how it can enhance humanity and how the opportunities for us as human beings and how we can evolve and change. So I look forward to having that conversation. I'm a lifelong filmmaker. I've been just listening and watching people my whole life and creating work that I hope reflects back to you, that you see yourself and find solidarity. I'm really grateful to be here, and I love being around people and listening to their stories. So thank you.
I will. Sheila, real quick, here is one of your many awards. I guess I'm taking notes now too. But so thank you.
Oh,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you. I don't feel like I've earned it yet because I got so far to go.
So there's someone that has a T-shirt that says "earned," and I'm going to make sure you get that T-shirt. She's a fellow Marine as well.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm
Thank you.
learning to say thank you and accept graciousness and approval. So thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant Major, can you please come on up? I think it says a lot about what Marines do when they get out, that they continue to find their purpose. And some of that purpose is what Al was doing here, is they continue to mentor, train, and educate the future leaders of this country. So on behalf of that, we would like to give an award to the Marine Corps.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So we have about 20 minutes or so. Please go ahead and mingle or get some coffee. We are going to be bringing some of you up business, what's called a business on the spotlight in between our panels. So just be prepared. We're going to bring you up here and talk about your business. You better be ready. It's going to be happening. My co-MC, Damaris Russell, will be doing that. So go ahead, mingle, take your time, and network and connect. Thank you all.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. If I can just get your attention. If I could just get your attention briefly. Anybody who's interested in learning more about DGS and what they do, we are bringing Marta back up with her team, and they will be up here to answer any questions. And or they'll be sharing what they do with you as well. Come on up. Yeah.
Oh, right here? Okay.
Tell them when your certification starts.
Okay.
Not so much the Q&A here, but just give them her plaques. Give them their
Oh, we already did.
Okay.
No, they're plaques.
They're up there. Look, they're up there.
Right here.
I'm looking for their plaques.
Their names are.
I know, I'm looking for them right now.
I forgot to put this
Ladies and gentlemen, if anybody's interested in streaming or looking for the live stream for this, the website is 04v.tv, and you can find the live stream for this. It's also available on your phone, so you can look it up, test it, see if it's, share it. It's for you. Again, that website is
Testing.
04v.tv.
So before we have a little bit more discussion, I also wanted to award, we're going to start off with Julio Rodriguez Medina Award. Here you go. Thank you so much. Okay. Yay. A little bit of clapping. Come on, you guys. We could do that, right? Warm up, calisthenics this morning, yoga. Okay. Next, we have Tony Alejandres. Thank you, Tony. And last but not least, we have Michael Barraza. Thank you, Michael. And I think we have another one for you, don't we? Oh, yes. And we have another Skin in the Game award for Marta Carrera. I hope I said that right. Oh, I was going to. Thank you, Marta. Okay. Are we good, Al? All right. And you can go ahead and.
You said from here.
That's a little awkward. I want to use this one.
Okay, thank you. So our team is going to be up here to answer any questions you may have, but I also want to remind everybody that we are doing a certification workshop where we're going to give you hands-on access to our team here who will walk you through the process and get you certified today, hopefully before you leave. So without further ado, Tony, Julio, and Michael, they'll be up here. If you guys have a question, please step forward. We'll hand you the microphone and you can ask away.
There you go. Can you hear me? Okay, quick question. This is impromptu, okay? We have some time, and DGS certification is where you get your business certified so you can do business with the state. So the first question is, by being certified, what leverages their product?
So once you are certified with Department of General Services, the state of California is required to do 25% of businesses with small businesses within the state of California. When you are DVBE certified, you have a 3% incentive over everybody else to get awarded a contract.
So here's a dilemma, and all you business owners may have that. Primes can no longer do business with the state unless they inquire and contract a subcontractor. Is that a true statement or false statement? And what was the rule before?
Well, it's not an either or. You can be a subcontractor on a state contract with a prime. It just depends on the contract itself.
Clarity of question. A prime that's chasing a state contract that's not small or DBE, are they now mandated to sub a small and DBE?
They are mandated by law. AB 2019 codified the goal. It's no longer aspirational. It is the goal. The state has to award and 3% to the DVBE community.
So all the business owners must understand that change, because prior to that AB 19, it was, what was the word you used?
Aspirational.
Okay, good faith. But now the law mandates that Prime cannot get a contract without subbing one of us. And the new law says if they subcontract you, and I ask the question, can they get fined for not using you? And how much would they be fined?
That would depend on the contract.
So what's the fine though?
Depend on it's contract specific.
So if the contract's $1 million, what's the fine?
I'm not good at math, so I can't calculate that.
Well, here's what I read, and maybe you don't have the clarity for that, but I was told if I was subbed by a Prime and they don't use me, they will get fined $10,000, okay?
That's correct.
Now, the new law allows me as a sub who, in good faith, want to do the subcontract, because there's evidence they didn't use me, I can take and litigate that with the Prime. It has nothing to do with the state. So you need to understand that new rule. Because if I can say to the court that Prime Contractor X subbed me with the intent to use and they didn't use and they got a $10,000 fine, that's evidence of my fact, and I can sue the Prime Contractor for at least $10,000, okay? So these are the rules you need to know about the procurement landscape, and this is key. Now, the state may not see that as I see that, but I'm spending time and resources to be a sub, and the sub chooses not to use me. They find them. I got evidence that they violated and compromised my agreement, because we have to sign a piece of paper.
That is correct.
That the Prime says that they have signed me on, and I signed my services. They agreed to use the services, and typically, because the contract is $1 million, but they only spend $900, and mine is only 3%. Give them an excuse. So you need to be used on the front end. And if you don't use on the front end, then you're not being used. They compromise contract, you fine them $10,000, and I litigate in courts. This is so key for small businesses here and watching live, that's the new state of California law. So they are mandated to use you as a sub. So if you didn't know that, visit them in the room 2 out in the hallway to get certified. We got DGS Profile Clinic. So those are my questions. You have any questions?
I do. Thank you so much. That was very important. In terms of being registered in the state of California, I have a business, Colorado business. Can you hear me? I have a Colorado business. Can I do business with the state of California? Do I need to be registered in the state of California? If so, for how long?
Did you say you were out-of-state business? Is that
Yes.
correct? Did you say Colorado?
Colorado.
So one of the requirements to be certified as a small business or DBB in California is you have to be domiciled in California.
Right.
So if you're domiciled in Colorado, that wouldn't qualify. So if you want to move to California,
Yes.
please do. Yeah. So
Do you have to have a business established for a set number of years? Because I know in Colorado, you have to have 2 years, business registered for 2 years before you could even do any certifications.
no, to become a resident, you just move here. That we may ask you for some documentation like a mortgage or lease agreement, California driver's license,
Gotcha.
your voter's registration card or utility bills. So we just want you to establish domicile here, but there's no real set time that, once you move here, you're a resident. I think it's 10 days you're required to get a California driver's license. So
Okay.
that may be one of the things we ask you for, because we know that they vet you a little bit. You have to provide proof that you are a resident. So,
Okay.
yeah, so come on out.
Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, good morning. So I have a question. You guys talked a lot about the different certifications in your state, on a state level, and you're appointed under the governor's office. The question is, where's the oversight when it comes to veteran-owned businesses to show the data? Where veteran-owned businesses are actually receiving awarded contracts through Cali Procure. Who's the oversight? Is the governor's office that actually is supposed to have oversight over DGS? Because it falls under the governor. And what we have seen and what we're seeing is there's a lot of lawsuits that are coming out, veterans that have tried to do business with the state of California. And people are saying they're service-connected disabled veteran business owners, and they are not. People are saying that they're veterans, and they are not. So the question is, who's responsible for the oversight for DGS? Thank you.
Well, we have a compliance unit in the certification program who oversees all of the DBE and small business certification. Oh. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you. We will be in room 200 to do a hands-on certification with anyone who's interested. Hopefully you brought your documentation with you so we can walk you through the process.
Good job. Hey. That's a good question.
Let them know you're on your way to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I got Julie from Gunny Gear, who's going to use Julie. Step to the front so you can be on camera and do your 2-minute elevator pitch.
than the United years. When I joined the Marine Corps, I was only 88 pounds. There was nothing that actually fit me. So, Latina, and as a veteran, I decided
Hello. Hi, everybody. I know a lot of you are having conversations, but for those of you who aren't and are listening to what's going on up here, I just wanted to introduce myself and say hello. Hello. I heard somebody say hello over there. My business is called Envision This, but as you might see over there, I'm sharing a product called LifeWave, and the reason I'm doing that is because it gave me my life back 8 years ago. They were mentioning before I almost gave up. I didn't give up on my business because the business, I was getting ready to give up on everything and go on permanent disability because I could barely move. And I couldn't imagine how I can do things in my business and get up and walk around and take care of my clients if I felt like I couldn't even take care of myself. So at that point, I was introduced to the product. It's all natural healing. Nothing enters the skin. It's non-transdermal. It works with your body energetically to help you heal itself. And so from there, I was able to start getting my life back. And within 6 weeks, when the doctor looked at my MRI and he told me he wouldn't touch me, he could put me in a wheelchair. He says, you have issues at every level. So I started wearing the patches. And from that point, I started to heal naturally without medications, without any of that, without surgery. And I started hiking in the hills again with my husband. Fast forward, I work out with weights about 4 or 5 times a week. I run, I take care of myself, and I finished 4 marathons. Marathon is 26.2 miles. I finished that within the last 2 years. Well, actually less than 2 years. My last one was on May 30th, the Rock and Roll Marathon in San Diego. It's so much fun. You guys got to do something like that. It's a blast. But it doesn't mean you have to do marathons, but what was really nice for me is just knowing that I can live life again. And now I can do and work my whole heart and soul in my business because I love helping people build their business and grow it forward. And that's what strategy is about, is really stepping back and taking a look at everything, who you are, which hat you wear on a daily basis as a CEO of your company. Health and wellness is just part of that. So if you're interested in learning more about the hats you wear, balancing your business, or even the hat that you wear for your own personal health and well-being, you're interested in maybe healing your own stem cells naturally, come talk to me. My booth is over there in the corner. And actually, I'm going to be introducing Marta in one of the workshops in about 5 minutes, I think, right? 10 o'clock, which is in about 5 minutes, I think, in room 2. You can come and listen to DGS. They're going to be doing their presentation and helping you learn what you need to do to be certified. My business is certified, and it's not a horrible process. You can do it. If you're not certified, you can just put your materials together, check the boxes that you need to check, give the information you need to check, and everything will go through from there, and you can be a certified small business, woman-owned. There's so many different, for the veterans, for disabled, there's so many different certifications that you can get. So please be sure to come in there and talk to them. And as I mentioned before, I would love to share with you how you can just get your energy back and be the best person you can be in life and business. So thank you again. And thanks to Al for putting this together. He's amazing.
Your panel about to start? What time does the panel start?
It's starting now.
Oh, it's starting
at
now?
10 o'clock. 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I just left.
Is it gonna take you 3 minutes to do this? You do it for 3 minutes? 2 minutes. Okay. What's the name of your? Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Duwabi AI here, who's going to explain to us a little demo on his AI innovation. Come on up, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So tell me about what Duwabi AI can do for a person in sales who needs leads. You said you can give me a 3-minute demo. I want to hear it.
All right. So Duwabi AI specializes. Hi, my name is Miguel Llanes Manaki. And I work with my partner, Muhammad, and we are builders for AI agents. So agents, if you haven't heard of them, they are agents that are live. They can help your business. They answer calls. They schedule appointments. They follow up on leads. For real estate, they also schedule appointments for your real estate agents. If you have a dental office and you need appointments, it'll schedule the appointments for you. And the most important thing, it'll give information about your businesses. I'm going to go ahead and give you a live demo on one of our agents.
All right. So what do I got to do?
So for the,
Mm-hmm.
ooh, I have the healthcare one.
Do it.
Okay. I'm going to give a demo of the AI agent that we build for healthcare offices.
Let's see it.
Welcome to Aethermind Dental Healthcare Group. We're here to help you with all your dental needs and make scheduling your appointment as smooth as possible. How can I assist you today?
Doesn't hear it? Let me try to call again.
No, it's all good. Speaker.
Welcome to Aethermind Dental. Thank you. Let's find the perfect appointment for you. Could you tell me your full name to get started?
My name is Miguel Yanez.
Thanks. Miguel Ulloa. Great to meet you. Now, what specific treatment are you interested in? For example, are you looking for cosmetic work, fixing a dental issue, or maybe a checkup and cleaning?
I'm looking for braces for my teeth.
Got it. You're interested in braces. Now, when would you ideally like to come in for a consultation? Are you thinking mornings, afternoons, or do you have a particular day in mind?
Can I have information about your braces?
Absolutely. At Aethermind, we offer both traditional metal braces and more discreet options like clear aligners. Patients often see great results with improved alignment and a healthier bite. Plus, we have convenient locations and experienced orthodontic specialists. Now, let's lock in a time for you. Do you have a preferred day or time range?
Yes, can I have the appointment tomorrow at 9 a.m.?
I'll do my best to find a spot, but I can't guarantee a specific time. Let's note your preference for tomorrow at 9 a.m. Could you also let me know how flexible you are with timing, in case we need to adjust a little?
I'm very flexible with time.
Perfect. That really helps. Let's go over what we've got so far. Your name is Miguel Ulloa, you're interested in braces, and your preferred timing is tomorrow at 9 a.m., but you're flexible. Let's confirm all the details before we finalize the booking. Ready to lock it in?
Yes.
It looks like we couldn't confirm that exact time right now, but don't worry, we can still move forward. Since you're flexible, we'll request a time around your preference, and they'll confirm the closest available slot. You'll get a confirmation soon. Your appointment request is on its way.
Thank you so much.
Dewabi AI, ladies and gentlemen. Dewabi AI, ladies and gentlemen. If you're looking for ways to secure leads with a bot, this guy's the one to talk to. Please go see his table. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
David Killen, are you out there? Jeffrey, you out there? Oh.
Yeah, and whoever's sitting here, they can just. Yep, Sheila. Where's Sheila? Where's she? Oh, Demarius? Yeah, we'll do. He's right over there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first panel coming on up. It's called Humanity's Relationship with AI. Remember I told you I did my our opening remarks and my keynote, which you're going to hear later, and the panel all done through ChatGPT. I
got launched into making and my new company, which so much. Hi, everybody. My name is Lisa. Just this home veteran reintegration that involves all of us, you period, S period. So it's a pleasure to be meeting David, and I've met Sheila and Lisa last year, so it's great to see you guys again. So what I want to start out with is, and if anyone has a burning question for any one of our panelists, please raise your hand and stop us and throw your question in. We're open for a room discussion. What I'd like to know is, what are your feelings about AI and how are you personally using it in your businesses right now? And open to the panel.
I'll start. Oh yeah, I'll start. There we go. Has to be right here. I kind of equate AI kind of to my feelings about cryptocurrency. For the longest, I was very anti-crypto and just was like, no, that's not real. I'm not investing in that. And then all of a sudden, kind of the light bulb went off in 2020 and I went, oh, I think I'll get some of that. And then kind of similar with AI, I feel like, it's been around for many years, but just recently it's kind of everywhere. And it suddenly came to my attention really through my kids, my daughter, and my youngest, who's in 10th grade, who is kind of a technology expert and is like amazing with making websites and doing all this crazy stuff. And they said, Mom, we should do AI stuff. And I said, yeah, let's do it. Because I think I was finally ready. So have, transitioned to providing consulting and custom AI images. So I use ChatGPT all the time, every day. And a tool called Nano Banana for doing the custom AI images, which is a Gemini tool, which is free. And so my daughter is the expert with Nano Banana currently. And those are kind of the main tools that we're using. And also there's another tool that I just found out about that's free. And it's in the test stage right now. It's called caffeine.ai. And I actually am demoing caffeine over on my laptop. My table's right over there. And you can build your own chat bot. You can build your own, like a calendar for your website. You can do all kinds of custom things with it, which is really fun. So if you get a chance, stop over at my table and demo caffeine.ai.
Sheila, before you, Lisa, my question to you and anyone else in the room who has young people in their life,
What are your concerns for your 10th grader? There are chatbots out there. There's a whole industry out there that are creating chatbots for young people, where the young people can create their best friend in any way they want. Some of it is very positive, some of it is very negative. There are now sites out there that are taking images of high school kids, especially young girls. One is called Cloth Off, and you can probably imagine what that does. It takes the image and strips the clothes off the person, and now you have a 10th grader, an 11th grader whose nude image, which is actually not their own nude image, is out there. So yes, chat boxes can be great friends and relationships. How do you maintain a human connection for your 10-year-old, 10th grade, and even your 20-year-olds?
That is so, so important. And it's really the, kind of the shadow side of AI is the concerns and this, real life safety concerns. I have a good friend who works for an organization called Black Girls Code, who they do parent workshops on this very topic because it is such a concern. And I actually want them to come to my son's school because it's, and I talk to my son about this a lot, like, what are you doing and what are you using this for? And, I'm glad that we have that kind of relationship. And I think that's really key, is like having that relationship with your kids and seeing, what are they doing? What apps are they using? What social media are they on? And, even having their passwords, like, that's, I know for some people that's like a given and other people it's not, but yeah, we have to be very engaging with them and seeing, what are they doing? How are they using social media and AI? Because and these things are changing every day. Like we were talking about earlier, like every day there's new things coming out, and we have to be very vigilant as parents and grandparents of what our kids and grandchildren are doing.
It feels like a time where we need to be having an AI discussion in high schools that include the students and the parents.
Yes.
Sheila?
Can you repeat the first question?
How are you, how do you feel about AI, and how are you using it in your business?
Okay, because I just remembered it was a big question. Can I ask a question of everybody real quick? I know you're all in the middle of a big conversation and doing business, but I'm just curious, how many people, show of hands, are using any type of open AI right now in their lives? Whether it's ChatGPT, Claude, DeepSeek, Grok, Perplexity. Okay, so are we talking half the room? And the other half doesn't use open AI or any type of AI? Okay, I just want to, so I use AI in every aspect of my life, and I just kind of organically flowed into it. It became a tool to make me more productive. And as I became more productive, I started to see opportunity to use it as a tool to create. And what I have done over the last 10 years is to build what I call the Creative Coping Toolkit. And it is a film and evidence-based mental health education program for families and everybody. You watch stories, you identify with people in those stories, you're given the words to put to those feelings you may be having, and you start connecting with people. It's all about building community. So what AI has done is my 10 years of building this toolkit has become what's called in the tech world a contained knowledge base. So now I use AI and it goes through this contained knowledge base. So it's considered safe and ethical. And you can just talk to the toolkit. And I needed to give the toolkit AI a name. So it's called Gigi. And Gigi is an AI-powered mental health education coach or guide. It's not a therapist. And Gigi speaks every language. So you don't have to know how to read or write. You don't have to speak the language of the country you're in. You can just speak your language and talk to Gigi, And you can say, I think my daughter's cutting, or my husband is withdrawn, or I'm nervous about the future. You can say anything, it is private, and Gigi will respond to you and I'll provide resources and guide you, but also help you talk through some stuff so that you know what to say to when you do go possibly ask for help. So that's how I'm using AI. And I was I hate to say it this way, but one of my board members who's a tech guru forced me into this to build it. I had all these ideas. I want to build all these things. And he said, you're going to build it. I'm like, no, I'm not going to build it. I have developers and engineers who are going to do it. And he said, no, I'm going to teach you how to do it. So now I use AI to write Python, and I can, who would have thought a 63-year-old mother of 6 would be vibe coding and creating websites in 10 minutes of 10 years of data that I've been collecting. It's unbelievable how much it's made me more productive and more creative. And then I'll stop there because I know we've got other questions that we're going to bring.
Yeah, David, before you go, I just want to ask you, Sheila, you talked about your impactful network is the name of your network that Gigi is the spokesperson for, if you will. You talked about creating community. Is there a human component in that creation? Because for me personally, I'm a 61-year-old, and I'm not quite at the stage where I'm feeling comfortable having a conversation about very personal things with a chatbot.
Yeah, great question. Gigi is trained, and I am on the training team for Gigi. Gigi is trained to drive us into in-person interactions, because that is where.
In what way?
Well, all the movies and the activities that are in the Creative Coping Toolkit are all about building community, are all about learning how to interact with each other in person. From what do you do with your hands? Where do you look when you're having a conversation with someone? How do you start a conversation to go up to them in person? It's all that. So Gigi does that.
And the videos I've seen on your site are actual people.
Oh yeah, no, I've filmed hundreds of people all over the world from age 6 to 99. And we incorporate a lot of brain science. So what Gigi does is it'll say, oh, you might be feeling paralyzed about this because this is what's going on in the brain, and here's how we can hack it. And by the way, did you know that walking on green grass versus walking on cement creates it floods the brain with feel-good chemicals that boosts your immune system and creates this feeling of well-being. And so walking on grass, and I'm not talking about pot, I'm talking about green grass, is healthy. So get outside and do that. Or don't look at your phone when you're pushing the stroller and your baby's in it, because you're supposed to be making eye contact to flood the brain. So there's all these beautiful brain hacks that inspire us to want to self-regulate on our screens and to get outside and to actually have. I'm looking at Lisa right now, and my brain is getting flooded with chemicals that do not happen when you're on Zoom or even FaceTime.
Right.
It's just not the same. So we are withering. We need more in person.
Yeah. Beautiful. Thank you for that. David, again, how do you feel about AI, and how are you using it in your business if you are?
So I'm a little bit of an outlier for my age demographic. Most of my peers, they're very excited about AI. ChatGPT was, a huge thing for a while there. I'm pretty sure it still is, but, so many competitors on the market. Personally, I had my concerns right off the bat with it. I know that it was used a lot for, school and cheating, writing essays for you, things like that. And that's, to be expected. But I really had some concerns about how it may impact education and individuals' learning overall, right? If you're always just constantly fed the answers, are you really learning? And consistent accessibility to it is it something that could ever replace actual education and learning? Personally, I don't believe so. Now, kind of like my co-panelist here, my business partner was all about it. He was very, very excited. And I mean, he would use it for everything. And it would irritate me so much. He'd send me something and it'd be AI generated. And oh my goodness, the frustration. I was like, no, I can tell it's AI generated because there's no errors. Slowly, there are errors. There are. I've slowly warmed up to it a little bit in regards that it can legitimately be a useful tool to help with, in business productivity. It can kind of help if you're feeling a little bit isolated. You wanted time to talk to somebody, right? It's better than just staring at a TV, I suppose. I currently use it in my security company for behavior recognition for security cameras. So you can put a camera out on a construction site or in front of a grocery store, and it can give us notices if somebody's behavior is erratic, suspicious, anything like that. So that's how we use it in my business. My business partner uses it for all sorts of other daily tasks. I did kind of want to touch on the youth aspect of this. I think one thing that's really important for people to remember psychological issue, aggressive outward behavior is isolation. A lot of times they isolate themselves, kind of getting that confirmation bias to themselves, right? So they may go on ChatGPT and then they'll just ask it the right questions until it finally agrees with their line of thinking. And so I think one of the really big things for parents is to remember that even if they have a best friend that's AI, they still need to have social interaction with other individuals. And sometimes just sending them off to school and bringing them home isn't enough. You can't just be like, oh, well, you talk to your classmates, right? Maybe, maybe not. Well, at lunch, I don't know. Did they just sit by themselves and talk to their AI friend on their phone? Really making sure that appropriate socialization and that AI is a tool, not a substitute.
Thank you so much. What some schools are actually doing in support of that concept is you can't have your phones during the course of the day, or they shut the thing down and there's only a specific area in the school where you can actually get a signal. So I agree with that 100%. And that's the conversation. How is humanity going to interact? Are we even worth saving? People in this, if you ever saw the first version of Matrix, the man in the black suit is looking at Orpheus and saying, humans are the greatest answer on this planet. You just destroy each other and you destroy the you live on. And now we're creating AI in our image. What about that image? I want to put forth an issue today that we can discuss. How would humanity, how would AI support humanity in becoming our highest? I think it was Sheila or Wayne can do. Spirit What we need the level of medicine that we need. I'm familiar with him as
in the future. So what I think two things. I feel like I'm all over the place. Is we have to pause. We can't stop. There is no going back. The
There won't
genie's
be a
out of the
pause.
bottle. And there's bigger reasons, and I'm sure because this is a military conference or show, is that you're so much more aware of the big picture, right? We stop, China keeps going.
Right.
Who's going to rule the world?
Exactly.
We have to keep going.
Right.
But how do we do it with guardrails, with seatbelts, with airbags? How do we get everybody on board? Don't be afraid of it. It's just a mirror of yourself. So be aware of that. If you're just going to start having long conversations with yourself and being really impressed, that's not healthy. We've got to make sure that we are inclusive with other people. We use AI to enhance humanity, not make us more isolated, because there will be, and I sound like a fatalist here, and feel free to chime in. I feel like there will be collateral damage. Human beings are screwing up big time, and it's jobs as we know it or will not exist. And we will be forced to, you brought up the question, how do we make money? How do we afford something that isn't even expensive anymore? And I think that we as a civilization are going to shift and change. We weren't put on this earth, however long ago, to just be a part of the, to be part of the factory, to just work. We are here because we have minds, we have energy, we have other things that we can do to evolve. And I think that maybe we redefine success. It isn't having the most things. It's about having the people in your life, the in-person people in your life, because you can't pull the plug on that. No one else can pull the plug on that. So where is our power? I mean, I'll stop because I go all over the place.
I want to throw this out now let's take it to a positive place. Because I can go real dark on it. I've done so much research on this for over half a year now, and if we really know what's going on, it's quite frightening. However, I do feel we're going to go through the eye of the needle as humanity, as we figure this out. Let's talk about what it looks like on the other side of the needle, when we come out of the dark night of finding our way with AI. Lisa and David, what would it look like if we got to a place where all our daily needs were taken care of, where we could concentrate on creating art, like I believe her name was Yvette, who was up here, and the woman in the corner with such health remedies? What would it look like if we were really working together as humans?
I mean, I guess I'll jump in on this one. I guess this kind of leads perfectly in from, again, my co-panelist statements here with what does work look like, right? What does kind of society look like moving forward, especially with AI and, in a positive manner? I think what we're going to see is that, as, often stated, history repeats itself, right? Innovation has always happened. With the wheel, right? At the very beginning, there's a wheel. Oh my goodness, well, what are all the people carrying things by hand going to do now? Now we have wheels and carts. Cars. Oh, what about all the buggy wagon makers? Society overall, especially humans, they will adapt. They will change. They will evolve. And that's okay. There's nothing inherently wrong with that as long as it's for the betterment of society as a whole. So yes, some jobs may disappear in society, but that's, again, not inherently bad. I mean, what about all the buggy whip makers for the horses? There's very few of those left, if any, right? And they've evolved into something else. So what we need to do as a society is collectively think, how do we better the world utilizing these resources, and how do we create an industry out of it without harming those we are attempting to help, right? So, I mean, I think that's kind of what it's going to look like in a positive aspect, is it's going to reduce some jobs, yes, but it's also going to open up just a ton of different options that maybe as a society we haven't quite realized yet. For a while, it opened up a lot of coding jobs and computer jobs and STEM research jobs. And that was massive. There's a huge influx. It was all the craze. I mean, there were small business is it going to be? And how are we working towards being
work with a lot of tribal we as humans are when it was dark, because there wasn't electricity, and you would go to sleep with a candlelight, reading by candlelight. And we've just gotten so out of whack with our, natural daily rhythms. I mean, our brains are not even made to be staying up, on our look at blue light screens. The blue light really messes with our circadian rhythm. And I think we're going to be able to, or maybe forced, it depends on how it works out, but we're going to be able to get more back into our natural rhythms of, the way our ancestors lived, the way, we all were literally hardwired to live. So I think that's going to be something that'll be amazing when it really gets to that point. But in between there, I think it's going to be somewhat challenging, because we're not used to living that of us now. And even a lot of tribes are not living that way now. But I think we'll all be going back down the path of not devolving, but really evolving to a different place that is closer to the way our ancestors lived. But I think that's going to be a good thing.
Spent time in New Mexico with a tribe, and after a beautiful thing was said, everyone would go, ho. That's gorgeous. I love that.
Can I answer that 2 seconds? If we take the future, I love what you said, by the way, and what you said. If you think about healthcare, come on, it's a big problem. I think AI is going to help in
Hugely.
healthcare.
Hugely.
Big time. We are going to live longer. There's some study that says if you are alive in 15 years, you add another 50. I don't know that the retirement lasts that long.
I don't know about that one for me.
And you won't even look like plastic surgeons are going to be out of business because they'll have something you can take that regenerates the genes. There will be no Parkinson's. There will be no Alzheimer's. There will be no terminal illnesses because you won't even get them. So you don't even need a good diagnosis. It's all going to change, and it's going to happen in our lifetime. We're going to witness it. And I always like to think, you asked, the question was what does it look like on the other side? It's like one of my favorite essay questions, right? What would it look like? We're learning what the bumpers are, right? We're learning what the rules are. What would you do if you didn't have to go out and show up at a job 9 to 5, whether you love or hate that job? What would you do with your life? Because there was just enough to live on. What would you do with yourself? It's such a great thing to think about. Every day is different for me. Right?
I think it's enormous possibilities, exciting possibilities as well. What I want to put out to the group now is, if you could use AI to solve an issue that's very personal to you, what would it be? And I'll start by saying 2 things for myself. AI and human creativity work side by side to create and maintain balance, ecologically, socially, and technologically. And on a personal level, coming out of the documentaries that I've worked on, my immediate work right now is we're working on a YouTube channel for veteran reintegration. I think there is no better population in the United States to be able to tackle something like this with a unique vision. What I hear from so many veterans when you separation from service and you become a veteran, what I'm hearing is you're not quite fitting into the business world. The way you think doesn't quite fit into the business world. Thank God. Because the way you think is going to be one of the driving forces moving us forward. Teamwork, caring for something bigger than yourselves. Even when you don't, I've heard veterans tell me, I may not have liked the person to my left or my right, but when we go into battle, I will do anything for them. Wow. What a concept. We need more like that. And part of our Veteran Reintegration Network is about human connection. It's about using AI to a level that enhances our human connection. And that's doing picnics. That's going to the bowling alley. That's meeting. That's actually physically meeting a veteran when they separate from service. And AI can support that. So what's your issue you would love to solve?
Mine? Well, it's a great question. And I actually, I was pretty tunnel vision with AI. I've been working with it for a couple years now. And a year ago this week, one of our sons killed himself. He died by suicide. In fact, I was at this conference and it had only been maybe a week or two. And having worked with, some of my best friends are mental health professionals, brain scientists, heads of wellness, and I have good insurance. I have a network of great people and wonderful friends and a caring community, and I didn't feel supported leading up to his suicide. And I didn't know he was struggling. But in hindsight, I wish that I'd had a tool that would have helped me navigate those middle of the night worries. Nobody in my orbit could help us based on so many bureaucratic rules. And the best I had was armchair therapy with my friends. So I built a tool that is a world-class mental health education knowledge base, and I'm democratizing access. That's why I created Gigi, which is free and every language, because I wanted to create something that could be there for someone like me who didn't have any answers and didn't even know what questions to ask.
I would love to work with you with that in the veteran community.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
I want everyone to have access to it. I just launched it in DC in July, so it's new. But the former Surgeon General actually gave us a little shout out about it. So I'm hopeful.
And that's in honor of your son.
Huh?
That would be in honor of your son.
It would, and it would be in honor of Jesse, but it would also be in honor of all the people struggling who have also died. And the ones who are living, right?
Yeah.
Like, if your tooth hurts, you go get it fixed. If you've got insurance and a dentist, I know there's a lot of stuff there. But when you're struggling with dark thoughts, and I have them too, and I didn't know they were dark thoughts, I would just push through. But we ebb and flow in life. And, I asked for help this morning getting something printed, and Al said, "You didn't ask for help. You offered an opportunity to me." And I was like, wow, I've never thought of it like that. He reframed help. And so we have a long way to go, but I have hope for us. We can do this. Our life is going to change dramatically. It's never going to be like we knew it. There is no going back to normal. Remember COVID? Let's get back to normal. It's like, do we want to go back to that?
Yeah.
School shootings, all that stuff. Let's go. I don't even like resilience, bouncing back. How about bounce forward? Let's, whatever hardship we go through, let's get better from it, not just get back to what we were.
Indeed. I believe in the human spirit.
Can we do Q&A too after the answer?
Say what?
Can we also do Q&A?
Yeah.
After the answer?
You guys, what's your issue that you would love AI to help you solve?
Really two issues. I have 3 kids and 1 grandson, and I think the education system, public education, mostly needs a huge overhaul. I think, seeing my 3 kids go through, and I have a 10th grader still, so Sheila said, and I've just seen them struggle all with different things and just have a hard time, with being forced, kind of fit into a system that's only made for, a small number of kids. And all kids are different. They are all so individual, and they don't get treated like individuals. And my middle son is the one that had the hardest time with it. And he was a senior in 2020 when COVID hit, and he got hit. The COVID situation hit him really hard, and he ended up needing to go to rehab and went through that whole process. So I think the education system as well as the rehab system is really broken. rehab, especially group living situations, are, unless you have a lot of money, are not anything to, they're more like holding pens, I think, than actual rehabilitation healing centers. I would like to see them become healing centers, because they currently are not, that's at all. So yeah, those two focus areas can and will benefit immensely from AI.
Great.
All right, I guess I've had more than enough time to think about my answer now. I would like to see AI help us build resources and tools for veterans transitioning out of the military. Now, I know that seems fairly cliche because there's a ton of different resources and organizations and this and that. But here's kind of the problem, is that the transition out of the military into civilian life is different for every single veteran that comes out. We all had different lives going in. We're all going to have different lives coming out. We're going to be faced with unique challenges. Most of us went in at 18, 19 years old. So we never had to get an apartment. We never had to buy our own car. We never had to do a lot of things that people often do between the ages of 18 to 25, right? We'll just put it at kind of that general age gap. So then you get out and you're faced with all these unique new challenges. Now they have transition readiness seminar, or well, I think they have a different word for it now, but it's the same concept. It's a fire hose of information for maybe 3 to 5 days. You're under-caffeinated, exhausted, and they give you a giant packet, and they're like, good luck. So you get out, and you're just kind of white-knuckling through life. You're like, well, if I can do all that, I can do all this. And you just push through, right? And you can do that for a while, and you can even become fairly successful. But at some point, and most commonly it is between the 3 to 6 year mark, you kind of start to break down a little bit. You're like, all right, I'm kind of tired of white-knuckling this. Like, this is getting pretty hard now. You know, you could be having family problems, financial problems, job problems. You're like, oh, man, I'm really getting tired. And that's where you start to see a lot of veterans starting to deal with a lot of the mental health issues that may have started in the military service, but now they're having to deal with them because they're exhausted and they can't just keep gritting their teeth and pushing through to the very end. And then you start getting veterans, and they're going to feel ashamed, or like, why am I not strong enough to do this? Why am I thinking about this now? You start getting a lot of those questions. But at 3 to 6 year mark, they're not really considered transitioning anymore. They're past that mark for a lot of programs, organizations, rules, regulations. And it's a very significantly missed demographic of veteran, because transitioning, there's no specific timeline on how somebody does that or when it happens to somebody fully. Transitioning back to being a civilian, that may or may not ever fully happen completely for an individual. For Marines, I'm pretty sure that just never happens, guys. Sorry. But I digress. I would like to see AI help us build tools and resources, or access to resources, and bring awareness to some of the issues and struggles of veterans that are still transitioning, even if they don't fit in that 6 months to year-long criteria.
Thank you, guys. That's why with our welcome home isn't the day you leave your service. Our welcome home is for the rest of your life, in our concept of what we're doing with our project moving forward in YouTube, because it's a continuing process. Life is a continuing process. What we'd like to do, everybody, if anyone has a question or a thought that they would love to ask anyone on the panel, please shout it out.
I think there's a mic over there.
You've been so
too.
wonderfully engaged.
I have a question. I have a question over here.
We have an answer.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So I did my capstone for international affairs on AI, national security. My argument was that it's not a threat to national security. Most importantly, it was a strategic and economic tool and only built on profit. And the conversation that you guys had a lot of topic points that I researched, right? Like, what is the phobia behind it? I believe it's mostly Western media, because literally the only imaginary images that people came from are mostly made in the US. Secondly, there's maybe 35% of the world that has AI capability. So that's a lot of places where it's not happening.
That's right.
So I tell people, like, if you're looking for a place to kind of have a little bit more primitive, less innovative life, but still have access to it, there's plenty of places to choose from. My only thing is, I also see the side where it could be a bad disruptor for some people. And this is where it gets interesting, right? Because what if you do have automated planes, and then now these pilots are going to be for themselves, right? And say, look, I know not everybody's want to be flying an automated plane. So we'll do our own thing, we'll make our own fighters union or whatever, okay? But this is not the connection I make is historic, right? It's just like the milkman who had to choose to put up his truck and decided to go move barrels of hay instead of gallons of milk. My point is, do you guys also see that trend globally, as availabilities where people can actually embrace for the, growth of AI? Because I do, right? If I wanted to go to a place where I could avoid it or embrace it, I have options. Because we're talking about what you guys are saying, our family unit, right? Kind of making sure that we could establish principles into the people that we're responsible for. That's going to allow them to say, no, this is still school, or this is still a tool that you can use. And if you want to, separate from it, you also have that liberty. Because now it seems like everybody thinks that they can't avoid it. And I think that this is the furthest thing from the truth.
Woo, that's a big one. Go ahead, David. You got inspired. Go.
Oh boy. Wow.
I thought you were raising.
With this. We're gonna find out. I think how AI will impact and alter society that it does have significant influence in that area, it is bigger than any one individual. And if you live in that general area, I guess 65% of the world that it is in, right?
35%.
35%
has it. Okay. The rest of it.
In that 35% of the world, you need to figure out how to adapt around it, with it, because it's there. It's not going away, realistically. It's just not in that 35%. Now, I feel that with that, there's going to be certain areas where technology is significantly behind in other places, right? Those areas, it's going to take much longer for it to spread, and I have no idea how long that may be. But you need to either figure out how to adapt with or around it, or, I guess the option was provided, you could go to those areas, and it may become a safe haven for individuals that do not wish to adapt with or around AI. But I think for that 35% in general, AI is something that we do need to figure out how to adapt with, because it's not going to go anywhere, and it's only becoming more significant in our daily lives.
I personally think we need a more effective UN for AI, where we have representatives from around the world who are showing up at the UN AI meeting and saying, this is how my country sees AI. We want to keep ourselves here. I want to be able to vacation. When I go on vacation, I want to leave every freaking technology tool behind me. And I'd love to go there and there and there, because they are keeping their area kind of tech free. Until we start having a global conversation on this, we're going to stumble through till we figure it out. And there'll be a lot of downsides to that stumbling. But we have enough resources collectively, and that's where the moral conversation comes in. That's where the ethics of being human, of what do we want for humanity, right? If you don't want to come in full bore into the tech world, that should not diminish your contribution to the world. What is your contribution to the world? So what? It's not AI.
Yeah.
You
And this
know?
is my next question, because we live in this great country. Our liberties, our verbal expressions, our pursuit of happiness is unfiltered. But not everybody in the world agrees with such ideologies. Matter of fact, in some countries, if you have a tool, you're about to work for the government. Say Korea, say China, right? These are just examples. So it's like, I definitely hear you on the point where you're saying, yes, we do need to have a framework to talk about what we can do with this innovation. Specifically politically wise, like how can we protect people who are less fortunate? But most importantly, how do we paint that to a place where it's a platform for engagement and not like a taboo? It's like, oh my God, AI, you told me this thing, now I'm thinking about, my neighbor, his mailbox is listening to me. It's just some crazy, phenomenon that doesn't exist, but it's there because of, where we live at. And so I want to get people to kind of understand, like, you can't do anything about the fact that, that is not here. But what you could do at the meantime is kind of figure out like what's important to you regarding that. Because if you wanted to be in a place where that's not an influence, there's plenty of options. But if you were looking at why you couldn't necessarily get people to see why it's that much of an impact on a global scale, it's literally because it doesn't fit in some countries' economic goals. You know what I mean? And I think that that's really, really insightful to use for your liberty's sake. You know what I mean? Like, without that, this point in the conversation about AI literally becomes one of those places that's too narrow to kind of allow people to be able to kind of equip themselves with the information to move or save, or most importantly, share information that's valuable. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. Go ahead. Oh, I hear what you're saying. And actually, what it makes me think of, this is kind of related and kind of not, but like there's a new video app that just came out. Well, it's the second version of it. It's called Sora. And Sam Altman, it's from OpenAI, but it lets people generate videos that look like they're real. And well, so you say cool, and it can be cool, but it can also be, used for, making something that isn't literally like a lie, that isn't true.
Mhm.
Or, you can use like anybody's, like there's all these videos of the founder, Sam Altman, saying and doing all this stuff that, he didn't do that. Like the people are doing that. Like you can take almost anybody's likeness
Yes.
and do it. And it just opens up like a whole ethics question of, how far do we go with, making these videos of, things that are not real? And like, what does that even mean? So like what you're saying, it's really kind of like a bigger ethics question, I think, of like, how far do we go, with these tools, and, what do we use them for? Like,
Yeah.
do we use them for good? Do we use them for bad? Who decides what's good and bad? Like I love Sheila's idea of like a UN, for AI. Like we need to have. There's people making decisions about it now, but do we know who those people are? Are we at that table? I don't think we are.
Right.
Like none of us are at that table. So
No.
we either need to create our own table, or we need to be at those tables where the decisions are being made, because those decisions are going to be made. And they may or may not benefit any of us. So, who are those decision makers, and how can we become decision makers ourselves? I think that's like one of the big, like benefits of AI is we can become decision makers if we're aware, what the possibilities are.
Yeah, I definitely hear you. I know that, sound bites and stuff like that to misinterpret people is obviously something that's not humanistic. If it's artificial, it's a behaving stuff that we do. Being able to hold that accountable is also a legal issue, but not a technical issue. And so like there's where it becomes the balance, right? How to reconcile that. Because there is some harmful that's been done. I know a few social media influencers that had their image circulating on YouTube.
Exactly. I could take you, man, and I could put you up in a heartbeat saying things that you don't
So the lawsuit
support.
case on that just means it takes a long time for that. It doesn't mean that there's not protections relative to a country where they're like, use that to propagate, a message that is going to tell us to kind of keep our citizens narrow. All I'm saying is like, if people choose to avoid that, there's options. But, like equipping ourselves with the two different perspectives, I think is extremely valuable so that we can see like the severity of it and kind of measure where we're at with the progress. Because I do think that collective action about AI is really vital, especially now, right? I have a lot of family, huge, 8 brothers and 4 sisters. We used to fight over shoe size. Can you imagine what AI would do now to the house, right? And so I say that to say thank you for the insightful panel. I just wanted to address my questions and have been heard. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. We have 2 more questions coming up. Three more.
Okay, this was regarding art in a litigious situation. I notice as AI is really manifesting and flourishing and so forth, now it's time for specialized as far as attorneys come to the rescue, because I just finished a lawsuit and won against a person who used in a private film, it was a documentary, but they used my art in the background without my permission. And they said, oh, it was just AI. No, then I was able to find a tech geek to investigate that AI through an IP server and so forth, and found out the traces from my art on my website was copied. So my question to you is, are you finding that, is there a trend where we need to get more attorney access, or it's an advanced specialized field that is opening up for the legal system in regards of AI and your intellectual property rights?
I think you're the guy.
Yeah, so I think I mentioned a little bit earlier that AI in the job market kind of moving forward, what that may look like. It's a perfect example here. A very big market that's opening up and that is only going to keep increasing and growing is cybersecurity and cyber investigations.
Yes.
Right? So utilized I don't know, there's probably an more official title, but a cyberspace investigator that knows way more about computers than I do, to pull the metadata, to do whatever it is that they do specifically. But that's going to be a job market that's opening up, and the need for that is only going to increase. Just a few years ago, it was pretty easy to tell if a photo was AI generated, right? The details were a little off, a picture of somebody's hand, it looked like they were an alien or something. It was just fairly easy. Nowadays, it is very, very difficult, nearly impossible, without looking at the legitimate data behind the video, right? Or finding, all right, where did this come from? And then you have to become like your own internet sleuth just to try and figure out if this video or picture is actually real. So looking into kind of the future, yes, I think that cyber awareness, security, investigations, that entire market is going to explode. I would also say that, yeah, for a lot of attorneys in the legal field, if they have cases relating to IP, things like that, I think that they do need to be at least to some level aware of kind of the challenges that are going to be headed their way. We've already seen numerous court cases, and I think that's only going to grow as time progresses.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's going to be a whole new level in the legal legal realm. They'll have that.
I actually think it's going to be, I'm the rebel rogue person here, because I'm sort of in the future. But I think that because of, take for instance, Web3 or blockchain, AI, your art, your face, your movie, right? Like, we'll be able to track it through technology. And you know what? Money will be deposited into your account because there'll be some sort of ID or tagging system that is yours. And I believe that, like, residuals, old school reference for SAG with...
They already exist on YouTube. If you put music up or certain images up, it's flagged right away. We need access to that.
But it'll be even more, don't you think it'll be more where we will create a workflow. There will be a protocol in place with checks and balances.
it's far off. Attorneys won't be necessary. Like, that's too long and expensive.
They are right
and
now, though.
By the time something gets settled, we're past that. Like, this is moving so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We have two more.
I would caution against that one because I would recommend that would probably be bringing us a lot closer to China's social credit system than we may like.
I know, I agree. But I feel like that's where we're barreling toward.
Yeah, we have two more questions that I want to be able to get to.
Hey, I want to thank the panel also for having this conversation with AI, because I think the average everyday person don't have a clue. And everything is going on the blockchain, you know. So one of the things that I'm with a company that is dealing with the AI automation on the blockchain, creating wealth. Now, the thing about it is the government, which you might already know, is also utilizing AI to create a wealth system. You know, everything is going to be programmable with their system. They've been working on it for a long time now. And I think 90% of the people in this room don't know anything about it, you know, but they're going to be greatly affected because it will be a programmable system. So what I was wondering is, do any of you have a take on how we can get the word out to people to believe that this is here, not coming, but it's here? You know, we're going cashless. They've already started all the process to take money out, just like China and other countries, and things like that. So since you have some expertise in the field, what can we do better to really not only get the word out to the average everyday person, but to help them to understand that this is real and that it's happening? Yeah, because see, you mentioned the Great Divide. There's a tremendous great wealth divide, but we're also at a time where you can create tremendous wealth if you understand how to utilize the technology. And some people are doing that. So.
Thank you so much. I'm going to just a quick answer and then I'll throw it to you guys. I think what it's going to take are women like you, men like who are AI knowledgeable, having these kinds of conversations. I think that's what needs to start taking place. When I look to see who else is having AI conversations like this, nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody. We need to have those conversations. So it's having a seminar that we can go to. And I'm gonna say this, that I think the American public right now is ready, because it's infiltrated our lives enough where people are a little skittish, or they're seeing their kids and they don't know how to even deal with what their kids are looking at, and they're ready for that conversation. So to me, you could probably create a business out of just doing that, is informing people on what is happening, and maybe not exactly what to think about it, but to inform people and have a conversation on how should we be thinking about this. How do we, as I think Lisa said, show up at the table to be part of the conversation? If humans in one day stopped doing everything and we went, we're not going to do anything until we have a conversations with the creators of AI, because this is our future too.
Yeah.
You know, talk about power of the people. That's what we really do have right now if we choose to use it. And AI could actually help us organize that, which is ironic. So I'll throw your question out to the rest of the panel.
You looked ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
I'll say, I'll jump in real quick. I was just like what Sheila said, have your own meetings, you know, invite people to coffees or
And we do.
or dinner. Yeah, I think that's really powerful, you know, kind of like the wine, women, and wealth kind of concept. Like, that's really powerful. And face-to-face, I think, is going to be the way to get people to hear your message, or, you know, start maybe with technology, but it needs to be face-to-face.
Right.
Because that's the way for people to really hear what you're saying.
Yeah, 'cause so many people are so distracted
Yeah.
with everything that's going on.
Yes.
And those distractions, a lot of them are intentional.
Oh,
You know,
absolutely.
to make sure they don't know what's going on.
Yep.
You know, that kind of thing. But I agree.
They're very intentional. Yeah. So
Yeah.
people want us distracted so we don't see what's really going on.
I'll tell you how you can advertise it. You want to make more money? Come to my seminar.
Okay.
Or lose
We got used
weight.
to
or-
Your seminar, I mean, not yours.
Right. Okay, but thank you for your
Thank
feedback.
you.
Did you want to say something? You sure? Okay. Oh. It's okay. We got, I'm not jumping in very well. I'm caught up in listening.
Great question.
Thank you.
Right.
Hello, AI panel. My name is Sharon Quinones. I sell coffee. Okay,
Nice.
table 14. You're more welcome to taste
That's
the
an
coffee.
essential.
But I also do believe in AI. Most of my advertisement that I've done for my coffee business is done through Zilly and using the avatars and using the scripts that they have that's automatically generated.
And how's it going for you? Is it working?
It's fun. I'll tell you that. I like it.
But is it converting?
But it is converting a little bit, not as much as I want it to be.
But how long have you been doing it?
For about 2 months.
Oh, you got to
Yes,
give it some
so
time.
about 2 months.
It probably cost you a fraction
Yes.
of what an ad agency would have cost you.
Yes. So yes, I get about 2,000 hits, every time I post it on Instagram
Nice.
and Facebook.
Yeah.
So yes, but not selling yet. So I want them to buy. So, but yes, we'll get there eventually. But the question that I have is, I know you mentioned something about intellectual property issues. I know the lady that was over there, she asked the question about her paintings and how somebody else used it. And then you mentioned something about blockchain, that maybe that's one of the solutions to implement blockchain within the intellectual property that's being used with virtual reality and AI. My question is, when you implement the blockchain, does that mean you have to also link it up with crypto?
No. I mean, we're in this transition. Oh, sorry, I just jumped in.
No, go ahead. You're fine. You started the block.
I'm still very early on learning about it. I've been playing in crypto for, I don't know, maybe 8 or 9 years, but I'm in AI for only a couple years, and I've totally immersed myself with it. Like, it's almost an obsession. People in general, I believe, are not going to have to go through this painstaking sort of learning curve. I think what's going to happen is it's going to just suddenly be quick. And our banks are failing us, right? Is the money even really there?
Right.
And the current administration and the changes that are being made, some good, some not so good, is in some ways preparing us for that shift. We have become so conditioned as human beings to just still stand, sometimes not as strong, but we are still standing despite all of the stuff every day, something new. It's conditioning us for something even bigger coming. I sound like some sort of horrific fatalist, but it's going to happen, and suddenly we're going to be able to use it. Do you remember when everyone didn't want smartphones or even cell phones? And I'm not getting it. Well, everyone has one now.
Right.
And there are great benefits to it. And people who say, I'm not going to use AI. But what about the farmer who makes $4 a month in India and doesn't even have a name and ID, can speak any other language but their own language? And AI helps them get a grant from the government where they're now learning how to farm a little better, and by the next season they're making $20 a month, right? So traceable, trackable, monetized, right? Then we're going to live in two worlds. We're going to have the digital world. VR has already brought us there. My God, my husband goes robbing and stays in our Swiss chalet on VR. And, and he's like, you should come in. I'm like, I'm going to watch a documentary. He watches a documentary in there. And then we have our real world, which is not millions of followers. It's a small group of people that you are close to, and you notice when something's wrong with them, and that's
That's the thing, and we're going to learn to balance this too, but there's going to be a big, big shift. And all I can say is that I think two things I always think when I tell my kids. They're like, well, what skill set should we have in order to get a job in the future? And I said, well, they don't exist yet. So I guess your skill set should be communication. You should be able to communicate and tell a story and listen. And then I guess the other thing is to remember that you have agency. The government may try to control us. China may take over. Our money may disappear. Everything as we know it could change, but we still always have some form of agency because everything we need, we already have. And we can never forget that. So sorry, long answer to that.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to jump in. Do you have an answer to?
He had the question about cryptocurrency and the blockchain. Crypto is the way that money moves on the blockchain. So everything is digital when it comes to the blockchain. It is in cryptocurrency. And there's all these different coins out there and all that kind of stuff. But that's how money moves on the blockchain. It has to be in cryptocurrency because it has to be digital. All the banks are going digital. They've
All the
already
banks are
started.
what?
Are going to digital
Oh, yeah.
money. Wells Fargo's already putting it out there, because everything is going on the blockchain. And like she even mentioned a little bit about the lawyers and all that kind of stuff and the speed and all that and everything tracked that will be done on the blockchain. It's already here.
But it's
already
good,
in
right?
process.
It's a ledger. You can see it. You can trace the money. So that
That's true.
transparency is
Yeah.
agency. It's power
Can't
for us.
be hacked. Truly no.
Oh, yeah, that's
when you
true.
put your money in the bank, you guys, they
Right.
own your money.
Right.
So,
But what are you going to do with
just be
cash
know.
under the mattress? No one will take it.
I don't know. There'll be an underground like in everything else.
Well, and here's another aspect that we didn't even broach about is the environmental impact that it's having on our electricity and our water. There are towns now in the United States that the wells have run dry because the data centers are taking all of the water and the electricity. So that's a huge part of it. Jeffrey Hinton is known as the godfather of AI. And when he was asked the very question, what are the jobs going to be in the future? Or what jobs would be protected in the immediate future? What he said was, be a plumber. They asked him, if you had to tell your family member what to train for, he said, be a plumber. Because the robots right now don't have the dexterity to be able to do things that plumbers do. So it's handsy jobs. What are the handsy jobs that you can do? I interviewed multiple surgeons, neuroscience, when we did our documentaries, neurosurgeons. And one was a professor. And what he spoke about was he had to train the new generation of doctoral students. They had to do dexterity practices because they were so used to their phones and the computers that their hands were not moving in the same way as, say, our generations who didn't grow up with it immediately. I was like, you did what? Like, that's mind-blowing to me. And when Elon Musk was asked, what would you tell the people that you love? What kind of job you should have? A man who was never short on words was silent for 12 seconds while he thought about the answer. And he said, well, I would tell them to follow their passion. He goes, I would love to spend more time with my family. He goes, but I'm so driven by that. He goes, I have to set my morals aside to do this work. I'm sorry, what? Humans are the moral compass, and that's where we need to stay. I think, Lisa, that you wanted to jump in with something there.
Oh, I just wanted to say really quickly in regards to cryptocurrency. I mean, there's a big deadline date coming up in November, the 22nd, where the ISO 20022, I believe, is what it's called. So it's the end of the coexistence of SWIFT versus crypto, and they're going to merge together, and that's going to be a big kind of a turning point, I think, for the whole crypto.
Can you explain what SWIFT is?
SWIFT is the current cross-border payments system, which we've used for a long time, and everybody, that was like the only way to make cross-border payments, but it took a long time and it was expensive. And then, so crypto's, just throwing that on its head and changing, making payments, literally like instant and very cheap. So it's going to be a huge, huge turning point for cryptocurrencies. Like the biggest one right now is Bitcoin, of course. And there's also XRP and, XLM. And a lot of those are expected to go a lot higher at that point. So it'll be very interesting to watch. And I don't know if you've been watching lately, there was just a big crash on Friday. And, there's
I was just going to say, they're also talking about the AI bubble. That are we going a little bit too fast for our own britches? And is that bubble going to burst?
Yeah. It's just like we have some huge, turning points, I guess is the best way to call them, coming up. And again, that one is next month, but things are just changing so rapidly. And the whole financial system is going to become digital. And I agree with what you're saying. I don't think a lot of people realize that is going to happen. It's not going to be someday. It's literally like happening now. And again, November 22nd is a huge part of that, whole puzzle. So yeah, if anybody's listening to us, this is like the conversation, especially about your money. It's not going to just affect some people. It's going to affect everybody. Every one of us here making money, it's going to affect us. So super good question to ask.
Yeah, very good. And on top of that, Lisa, the godfather of AI, Jeffrey Hinton, also said he had diversified his money. He has greatly diversified his money. Hacking has gone up since just last year, 1,200%. 1,200% with no end in sight. They are just pick up a newspaper. There you go. That's my age. Look on your phone, and any single day you can find a system across the country that was hacked. Verizon was recently. The government is all the time. And if we put our money into these digital systems and the cord gets cut, say by China, how do we access our money? How do we interact? That brings us back to our roots as humans and evolving forward.
That's a great question. And since I have a AI-powered financial technology, I'm going to ask a question because you mentioned ISO, right? But we also got to pay attention to policy. There's a policy called Section 1033 that was passed by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau in October. And it basically gives you the ability to own your data and take it wherever you want, your financial data. So think of it like telecoms. Remember before telecoms, they didn't allow you to take your phone number anywhere, but they passed that law. The banks, if you're here, I know you hate it, but it is coming through because it's going to make a way for a lot of disruptive technologies called open banking, which is what we do. But if you guys know on the policy side, that is very, very, very important because the banks are fighting against that policy that just got passed here. The other thing, something to note about, merchants, card fees. Second highest operating cost, right? Costs them $230 billion a year for merchant fees because those little pesky little fees, right? But you got disruptive technologies. Other companies or countries, another thing called Pix in Brazil. Huge, very revolutionary platform that brought a lot of people from poverty to put them in the middle class. This administration slapped tariffs on it. They said it was coffee. No, it's because that's technology that's not being a part of what we're doing. So this is a great conversation you guys are having right now because we need what? Financial literacy. How do we get people on board on these tools to make it easy for them to access their own money? Why are you going to charge me 7% every single time for my hard-earned money? That's why people are turning towards crypto or blockchain. And we may see something, right? India is also very... What's their system's called UPI. They brought a lot of people out of poverty. So talk about how it's important to stay in tune with the policy side, because many people may not pay attention to that because if you're not a lawyer, you don't care about that. But that's important as it relates, right? Staying informed. So maybe you guys can kind of hit on that a little bit. If there's any policies that maybe we should be aware of.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
It's Frederick? No.
Jeffrey,
sorry. Policy. So innocently asking, how do you enforce policy? Like a friend of mine, there was the $100,000.
Department of Justice, but I don't know where that's going right now. I said Department of Justice, but I don't know where that's
They don't
going
have
right now.
enough people.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's even like I have a couple friends who've been hacked, a
Sure.
couple friends who've had some fraud, and all they say is, "There's nothing you can do." Right? Like we did our best. There's nothing we can do. One of my Apple accounts, there were 143 charges from China, micro charges, dollar something,
Right.
99 cents to $4
Yes.
something. I was on with Apple, blah blah blah, for
Yeah.
5-6 hours. At the end of the day, there was nothing we could do.
Right.
Just walk away, kill that account, and we'll open up a new one. And it was just like, that's it. That's my option. And I mean, my question to you honestly is, how do we enforce policy?
So that's a great question. If we had a very balanced administration, then we can definitely talk about that. But we also are the policymakers because we advocate for that, right? It's whether it's our reps in Congress. We have to inform them and educate them. We also educate ourselves on that. Cybersecurity, who can afford, if you're a small business, a cybersecurity expert or cybersecurity software? No one cannot afford that, right? But everybody's in such a rush, they think with their emotions, they're going to say, well, I need to make a payment right now. And they're just going to send a payment to somebody that they don't even know. How do you know that person is who they say they are? China, you listen an example, right? Maybe we need to take a step back and give people digital literacy, right? Because they made it so easy for us to use their tools, but then we get sucked in. And then we get dependent on it.
And there's no playbook though.
And there's no playbook to it.
Because it changes too fast. I mean,
Right.
even some of the tools you're talking about and everything, I was signing up for so many different tools,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden, if there's one that's shiny. Oh, that one's even easier. And and then they have their upgrade. And then I was like drowning in platforms and micro fees. And then I started to realize, I'm just going to build my own, right? Like, it's,
Yes. Because I come from small business owners. I saw the pandemic. It was a very eye-opening, right?
Yeah.
You saw the financial system. Turns out our financial system hasn't had an upgrade since the 1970s. 1970s.
Yeah.
It's called the Automated Clearinghouse. That's managed by NACHA. For some reason, they don't want to invest in digital infrastructure. So that's why you see countries like Brazil or India or the UK and China, they're going digital first. They don't have to start from scratch with old infrastructure anymore. Now they're going digital. So we got to start thinking like, okay, they're moving. How can we move with that? But back to the policy side, it's unfortunate that government is not embracing industry as much. They're more of trying to defund a lot of these agencies who are the enforcers of policies.
right. But I have a theory, and then I'll shut up.
No, please. I think this is great. We're educating. Are you guys having a good time?
No, but this is kind of
You guys having a good time?
This is out there.
Let's go way out there then.
Yeah. People look at me, my kids roll their eyes. So I think the billionaires that funded AI, right? Funded something that could take them out too.
Made money off
And
of.
AI could take them out too. And the genie's out of the bottle. And the power in the people learning to get creative
Yes.
and use AI to leverage it to, and I'm not saying take out the billionaires. I'm just saying to equalize the things a little bit. Yes, level
Let
the
them know
playing
they're
field.
A level playing
We
field.
have just as much of an opportunity to take this technology and use it for the good of all. That will never happen,
So-
but to good if we use it most.
So again,
if we can.
look up Section 1033. It's called by Consumer
Where
Financial
do you
Protection.
look up Section 1030?
Google it.
Okay.
Google.
How about ChatGPT it?
It could too. It'll probably give you an explanation for
wait.
that.
1033.
And we definitely have to wrap them a little bit, but I think it's important. Section 1033. There was also the previous administrator, Lena Khan from the Federal Trade Communication, what she was doing. She was actually taking the fight to the big corporations. They fought back because they got a lot of heavy pockets. We got to find a way to empower the small businesses. I think this is why it's so important to be in trade shows like this, educate people, and not shift their programming, but kind of say, maybe we should look at our own backyard. Maybe we should find out why the economic benefits are not staying 100% in our communities. Why?
Right.
There's a lot of big box stores that live in our community, so they own all the systems and the infrastructure. And a lot of people, so going back to the easy route. Well, I'm going to go to Target. They got what I need. But wait, my neighbor knows my family. My neighbor knows my entire life. My neighbor's been there for me. They got a business. So why am I turning towards that? Why am I going over here? And I think we got to figure out that the community is who suffers if they continue supporting external entities that may be able to afford things on volume. But the small businesses, that's the lifeblood, that's the culture, that's the currency of the community. If they go away, you're going to be celebrating your next 4th of July at Target. And I don't know about you, but Target is boring. I'm not going to celebrate 4th of July there, or carne asada, whatever you want to call it. So I think we got to start shifting and having that humanities type of approach and turning inward and going to our local communities. I come from small business owners, my family, and it means a lot to me to keep them alive.
Yeah.
Because I don't want their kids working at some warehouse and next to the border at San Diego, and working crazy hours and not be able to realize their full potential. Nothing against that work. I'm not but we have to think like that, right? How do we become an economic powerhouse as small business owners? And it starts here. Get to know them, but send them business. Educate industry, educate government to support small businesses, and I think that's what we have to start turning inward. And if not, you're going to see America says small businesses are the backbone, but we got to put our money to it, right? These tariffs are not helping at all. We got a lot of buddies that are coffee owners, coffee business. They're not. It's not helping them. So we got to think consciously, and we got to shift the programming inward.
I know we have to start wrapping up, and thank you so much for everyone who participated with the questions. And I want to thank Al.
Thank you, Al.
Thank you, Al. And this started a year ago when Sheila and I and Al and a couple of other people were sitting in that very hallway.
Right.
And Sheila was regaling us with this AI thing that I was like, oh my God, I never want to deal with it. And here we are a year later, and it's in almost every aspect of our life. So I want to thank Al for listening to that conversation and say, you all are going to do a panel on that next year. And thank you to Lisa, to Sheila, to David. Their pictures are in the invitation for today. If you want to talk to them directly, please go to that. They're all on LinkedIn, I believe.
Yeah.
And go find them on LinkedIn, message them if you want to talk directly.
Well, Lisa and I are over here too. I'm there. Lisa's over there.
And Booth's here, and David's table is over there. So here's the thing, guys. This is how we can start empowering each other, by doing this very thing. I've never seen an AI conversation or panel anywhere else other than the tech industry. If we start having these conversations with our local communities, that builds, and then we start going, AI developers, you got to sit down at the table with us. Government, you got to sit down at the table with us. And I'll leave you with this. This is a weird example, but it kind of goes to a little bit of what you just said about the small business, if you can expand what I'm saying. Who was the late night host that got pulled off the air for what he said about the Charlie Kirk?
Jimmy Kimmel.
Jimmy Kimmel. The only reason why Jimmy Kimmel came back on the air was because 1.5 million Disney subscriptions were canceled. Their shareholders went, you got to put that man back on the air. Sinclair went, we're not putting him on the air in our states. Sinclair put him back on the air because of the money they lost. You want to hit him in the pocket? That will get their attention.
Vote with your wallet. Yeah. Don't just vote at the midterms. Vote
and by
with your
going
wallet.
to your local businesses and not the Targets, not the Walmarts, as often as you can. That's not realistic on a grand scale. But if you can shop, especially this holiday coming up, check out all the booths here. How can you interconnect? We can do it together. So in the process of AI, let's remember our humanness, and humanity can start leading AI, or at least work in conjunction with it. So again, thank you, Al. Thank you, Lisa.
Please give them a round of applause.
Sheila,
This is a very important conversation.
So appreciated. Thank you for hosting today.
No, thank you, Sheila. I know you and I are going to have a conversation next year on this. I'm already calling it right now.
All right.
We're going to talk with these same panelists. And please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving Sheila Higgins a Skin in the Game award. Miss Sheila. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it for what you're doing. And I feel a lot more educated on the AI space, even though I'm very anti-AI, but that's a different conversation. Would you like to present your panelists with awards?
Sure.
Okay, I'll hand them to you and you can call them out.
Can I take this off the stand? Yeah. Okay, let's do it in order of everybody. And again, for having skin in the game, for having this conversation for humanity. Thank you, Lisa Garcia.
Round of applause, please. Round of applause.
Thank you, Sheila Andreen,
Round of applause.
for having skin in the game.
Always.
And David, thank you for your service as a Marine to this country.
Yes, sir.
And thank
Semper
you, sir,
Fi.
for
Hurrah.
having skin in the game, not only as a service member, but for this conversation. Thank you, sir.
Hoorah. Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
What a great conversation. Are you guys having a good time? I can't hear you. You having a good time? Okay.
That was good.
Good to hear. All right. Who's hungry? Okay. We got some people coming up in the food industry, and we also got a small business owner coming up as well. So please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Andre Silva. I just learned a lot about him. That man is serious about bringing food from local food deserts to our communities here. Right now, I'm bringing the owner right now. She's coming up. Yeah. I know. She's coming up right now. Yeah. Oh. She's right here. Go ahead.
I just want to say like a quick.
Just do quick points.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Andre. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for your service to all the veterans. 4 years ago, I started a small company out of my small apartment in Chicago, and today we are moving ahead in food distribution. We partnered with local food banks, we partnered with local distributors, cattle farms, we partnered with nationwide distributors, and we also partnered with someone local here at Sabaret. Take advantage. Today they're gonna give you a 2-for-1 deal, you know? But that's all I wanted to say. We're trying to bring food to the communities, to the vets, to the Army bases, to everyone in the military space, and we hope to continue to grow and partner further. And thank you for your time and attention, and I'll pass around, and if you want to get to connect, I'll give you a nice little business card and we can go from there. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Andre. And again, what's important, you don't mess with the Marines, what? Chow, their pay, okay, and I won't elaborate on their pay, and also housing. So thank you, Andre. Thank you for coming up. I want to welcome also the owner of Sabaret, if you guys are hungry, because small business owners are what? The lifeblood of our community. And I want her to say a few words about her amazing company.
Well, hi, everybody. My name is Sabina Hernandez, and we are $500 and more. We've been working with this group more than 6 years, and we're happy to be here. So we already have the lunch boxes, along with still some breakfast items. If you like to, stop by, or if you want to know a little bit more about us, we're going to be there in the kitchen. So please stop by and, try our food. Also, we were offering some free fruit cups for you guys. But yeah, we're happy to be here and serving you. And we love to, serve, but also help the community. Actually, maybe I need to let you know that even this morning we were sponsoring some breakfasts for DPSS, 150 people. And well, we've been in business for 19 years. So, and we looking to support you and, for you to support us also as well. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabina. Give it up. And like I always like to say, breaking bread is where business happens, right? Even though we don't like to talk about it. But thank you so much for coming up. Please, back there, the food is ready. He has his hands up. I know you guys are hungry. You guys are lying to me if you're not hungry. It's lunchtime. So please go back there, get some food, support a small business. 19 years, that says a lot about being in business here. So give it up for someone like that and support our small businesses. What time were you on? Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. What time are you starting? No, it's on right now. Yeah. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, real quick, while you're enjoying your food and networking, we also do have live DJ who's going to talk a little bit about what he's doing and some of his work.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to our 14th annual Veteran and Small Business Summit. First of all, can we get a big shout out for the chief, for Mr. Renteria? Big applause. Mr. Renteria, making it all happen. Thank you for all the veterans that joined us today. Thank you for all the vendors performing out here tonight. And once again, if you still haven't gotten anything to eat, come over to Saboré. They got some wonderful grub for us. Get your chow. Get your chow. And once you grab your chow, please come out and join me. My name is Pete Rodriguez, AKA Pete the Entertainer. I'll be your DJ this evening, so I'll be out there. We can get requests. And please join us. Take your grub out there, get something to drink, and enjoy our 14th annual Veteran and Small Business Summit.
Good job. Good job.
Talking to myself.
All right. Hope you guys are having a really good time. We just had a great panel. But one thing I did want to kind of illustrate to you guys is the importance of storytelling, changing the narrative, and why it's so important, right? I do have a business podcast. We talk a lot about giving a voice to you all, as Sheila eloquently illustrated how important it is to vote with your wallet, but also vote with your voice. Let people know what is going on with you and what you're doing, right? Because closed mouths don't get what? Fed. And so I have a podcast. We focus on business, personal development, and leadership. We talk a lot about giving a voice to not only veterans, but small business owners like yourself. We've had on ambassadors, politicians, and CEOs. A lot of those on the veteran side, but also our military spouses and our military families. One thing that I've done throughout this process is collaborate a lot with fellow veterans who are doing amazing things. And I want to kind of bring up the drill instructor here, Hiram Figueroa, who has millions of followers on these platforms. And he focuses a lot on veteran wellness and trying to find a way to get veterans to not take that ultimate plunge, which we all know about. So Hiram, please come on up real quick. Give him a hand. And let's talk a little bit about some of your work. All right. Hiram, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hiram Figueroa. I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran. I've been with the Marine Corps for quite some time. Worked for UPS, did a lot of things, a Persian Gulf combat veteran. Also was in the drill field and providing service to the veterans as well, working for the VA as a veterans peer support specialist, and also engaging on how we can help the community set themselves up for success going through transition. So thank you, Jeffrey.
Yeah, and real quick, on transition, Hiram, we had a retired sergeant major here. A lot of us go through challenges. It's not just veterans, but people in life. Maybe you lost a job. Maybe you went through a divorce or you lost a loved one. And it's a phase that we all have to inevitably go through, right? It's life. So Hiram, let's talk a bit about some of the transition, especially for veterans, and they face their challenges, right? A lot of them get out. Some do really successful. Some are still working on it, as Albert likes to say. He talks about the A, B, and C team and how he likes to invest a lot of his time on the B and C team. Why is transitioning, not only in veterans, but in life, so important? And why is it important to have battle buddies on the outside?
You know, they bring a valid point there, Jeffrey. And the reason why, ladies and gentlemen, we're here today in this veteran trade show is to have an opportunity to collaborate and to understand the dynamics of being like-minded and helping individuals who have suffering in silence for a number of reasons, unable to adapt to the transition, unable to look for resources that can set them up for success. Maybe they have some addictions, maybe they have some things that they're suffering with. They're not looking for a mentor. This is why we have a great opportunity to be able to collaborate in this trade show for a number of reasons. Veterans in themselves have a hard time transitioning because they can't get out of their way to be able to set themselves, to reinvent themselves, to be able to come back into the real world. Going into the private sector is a number of challenges. One, they don't know how to interact with people who have never been in the military. Two, they find them too aggressive. Three, they lost their identity. 5, they can't listen. 6, they're not able to explain themselves without being stressed out and talking in acronyms when they get triggered. So our opportunity doing veterans work as an advocate for veterans and veterans' rights is a number of things. Is to be able to teach them the love language of how to be able to have the soft skills, to be able to develop themselves, to be able to articulate and reach out for help, and to also see what kind of guidance we can provide or what kind of network we can provide as well. It's important to understand that in today's society, the veterans community is being left behind for a number of reasons. So that's part of it, Jeffrey.
Great point. And I think for those who are non-veterans, we look to you as allies to help us in our transition, not necessarily giving us a job, but just maybe share a bit of your time over a coffee. Is how can you best utilize us, or how can we best utilize you? I always throw this stat out here, and this is not being braggadocio, but a lot of successful companies that we use today, FedEx or GoDaddy or Nike or Enterprise Rent-A-Car or Sperry's as well, founded by a sailor. You know, a lot of these companies are created by veterans after World War II. And so that says a lot about the leadership side. And so if you're a business owner, someone who wants to get in business with a veteran, I think you have a tremendous opportunity because they are a force multiplier. But this is where we need your help, is you showing us on the outside, kind of being that person that grabs them and says, hey, I want to partner with you, or I can coach you, I can help you get to the next level. This is what it's all about. And so how can we as a community embrace that relationship, Hiram?
So to your point, Jeffrey, there's a couple of things. The biggest thing that individuals that are going through that transition or still going through that type of transition, it could be 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, even 30 years down the road. The biggest thing that you need to understand is you have to look at yourself in the mirror and take accountability for yourself, because if you notice things are not working, then you have to be able to redirect it. You have to look out for a mentor, seek out opportunities. Thank God for social media that we met, in the last couple of years, that we've been able to collaborate. We've been able to do podcasts together. We've been able to be in a force. We also made it a point to reach out and make it a point through Congress and the Senate to get Major James Capers his Medal of Honor. Duly that it's been accepted.
Why don't you tell us a little about this Mr. James Capers, Hiram?
So Major James Capers is the first African-American battle commission officer in the Vietnam War. He was recommended for 2 Congressional Medal of Honors, and the general that recommended it to him died in the plane in a helicopter crash. He was denied, and it was also reviewed by the Congress and the Marine Corps, and they gave him a Silver Star. Ever since then, it's been over 60 years that we've been fighting for this. In the last 2 years, yourself and myself with people in Congress and Dave Bull, who's out there in going up to the Hill, fighting to get this hero a Medal of Honor. And the reason why we say that is for a number of reasons. People forget what sacrifice we were doing. And the other thing is what cost the Vietnam veterans have paid for. This is the last generation versus the World War II generations that are still alive. And those veterans from the Vietnam War have significantly suffered for quite some time. And for James Capers, who's treated me like a son, and he's treated you like a son as well, we are hell-bent on ensuring that he gets that Medal of Honor soon. And the reason why we say that, because we're doing the right thing, and that's what military people do in the veteran community, especially in the Marines, whether you've been in combat or non-combat. The ethos is to be able to help veterans set the platform for success, and this is a prime example of it.
Thank you. I know I'm going to reach out to Tyler Perry because Tyler Perry needs to make a movie about James Capers Jr., right? Growing up in the Jim Crow era, son of a sharecropper, his family had to face persecution, ends up getting wounded 19 times in Vietnam. They battlefield commissioned him. He didn't know if he was going to make it back. And some say he's the father of Force Recon, right, in the Marine Corps.
That's correct. And the whole thing is, we talk about quite a few things. These are stories like James Capers, Major James Capers, that have been untold. We've been, between you and myself, have made it publicized through social media to ensure that these people understand the dynamics of what it is and understand that this is one of many untold stories that need to be addressed. Now, your commitment and my commitment are still in alignment to get him the Medal of Honor. And this is why this platform for the Veterans Trade Commission is for a number of reasons. It's people like James Capers who has paved the way for opportunities like this, and many who have sacrificed, who have never come back home to have this opportunity to have an event like this, to collaborate with other people, to network and ensure that other veterans can be set up for success and pass the baton.
Thank you, Hiram. And I know we're going to get ready to wind down, but I do have to say it was a Herculean effort. A lot of phone calls to his Congressman Ralph Norman to draft up a bill, resurrect the bill. And I know you guys were meeting quite frequently with your team. And it wasn't until I got involved after he was on my podcast. So I just thank you guys for the opportunity. And Jim, for me to be a part of that. And I know when they passed the 26th National Defense Authorization Act, that James Capers Jr. will have that Medal of Honor. It's already passed the House, it's passed the Senate, and now we just need the President to sign it, and James Capers Jr. will have that Medal of Honor, and I just know it is. So it's people like you, Hiram, like myself and Albert. The reason why we're here is to give you a voice and to make you feel like you're special, because you are. And so, Hiram, any final thoughts?
So if you want to follow Jeffrey, and he's at the TVC and LinkedIn, you can follow him. And myself, you can follow me on LinkedIn. And this is the reason why we were able to collaborate. You want to add something to that?
If you guys love owning the reason why it's important if you're a business person, a lot of times there's a lot of misinformation, and a lot of things are, bullets are flying fast, if you will. Take that analogy for what it is. You have to own your narrative. You have to own your story. You got to tell your story. And the way to do that is through venues like this or on YouTube, so people can know who you are. Because people are not going to want to do business with you. They want to know, can they trust you? Do they like you? Do they know you? So first they want to get to know you before a transaction happens.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in collaborating, I do have a LinkedIn Live podcast that is centered to this platform for professionals. It's also centered to the veteran community. If you're happy to connect with me, just look me up at LinkedIn, Hiram Figueroa, and be happy to talk to you, and I'll be walking around. Thank you.
Semper Fi. Thank you, Hiram.
Thank you.
Good job, brother. Good job. All right. Yes. Let's go start with a quick networking. Oh, yeah. Wait, you said it's up there.
Yep.
That's it? That's it? Okay, so tell me a little bit about so KNC, you are the founder? Or you?
So my dad started the company. He's actually in Washington, D.C. right now,
Okay.
so I couldn't be here.
Okay.
So we're a cybersecurity consultant team at heart. That's kind of
Okay.
how we started.
Okay.
He's a disabled Marine back in the 90s.
Okay.
Kind of bounced around all different type of stuff, and then ended up making this business about 6, 7, maybe 8 years ago.
Awesome.
Started off a lot of city work.
Okay.
Doing cybersecurity projects, and now making our brand being federal.
Awesome.
Doing federal contracting is being the consultants to help them be prepared, or for being the assessment team to get you the certification. So that's kind of where we're branding.
So you're the smart wizard, you're the smart guy, smart wizard, and trying to keep us cyber safe, right?
Pretty much.
Yours also veteran life as well?
No,
Okay.
I was taught to not go into the military
I know.
after everything
I know.
happened in the 90s and everything. They're like,
Okay.
I asked a lot of people, I was like, I really don't know what to do with my life. Like,
Okay.
should I join the military? They said,
Okay.
You have too much. You're too smart. Go figure out, do something else. Make something.
Okay. Perfect. No, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have it's amazing always seeing what the children do of a military parent, and it's great. Earlier we were talking about cybersecurity, and we have an amazing cybersecurity company that is founded by a Marine. He couldn't be here today, but we have his son, who is going to be accepting a Skin in the Game award on behalf of KNC Cybersecurity Services. So I want to please join me in giving this Skin in the Game award to his son, who's going to be saying a few words.
Well, I want to say thank you, everybody, for coming out. And if you guys do have any questions, our booth is over here with the American flag. I want to thank my dad, because that's why I'm here, and thank all you veterans or you guys are out there. And just know that you guys have more impact on the younger generation than you think. Everything in my life I do is for my dad. Everything he's given to me is from him, the inspiration I have. So don't forget that the younger generation is watching you guys and is admired by you guys. So thank you guys for all your service, and we do appreciate it. And you guys are our role models. My dad is everything to me, and he's guided me in everything in my life, and I wouldn't be here without him. And a little bit about him is he served back in the 90s, and there was a chance that he was going to go to war in Afghanistan, and he ended up becoming disabled because of asthma. And I always respect him for that, because if he would have been in infantry going out there in that war, there's a chance that he wouldn't have came back, and I wouldn't have had this life with him. So I appreciate the service that he did, but also that he did end up becoming disabled. That way he was in my life, and I'm experienced and be able to be here today because of him. So thank you for all you guys veterans out here, and anything you guys have any questions on cybersecurity wise, government, contracting, anything that way, you can always come reach out. But again, thank you guys for all your service.
Please give him a round of applause. All part of the 50-year plan that's going to turn into a 100-year plan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a little break, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Senior enlisted in General's car, and it was like,
We had our own vehicle too. No, it was awesome working for him.
Why is this so far back?
need a mic?
No,
Try that mic right there.
this one's on,
Yeah.
but it's got me really far away. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I wanted to take a quick moment. One of the awards that are going out today is to someone that worked very hard to touch base with probably each and every one of you as a vendor that's here today, as an attendee walking around, finding out where you had to go, what time you had to be here, as a vendor to set up, letting everyone know when to be here and what to do. Miss Rocio Luna, we're going to present it. She actually couldn't be here after all of that hard work and everything that she put into this. But we're going to ask Mr. Al Solis to say a little bit about Miss Rocio Luna, because she is an amazing woman, and we are super, super honored that she volunteered her time to help prep us for this event. We're so thankful for her, and we want to thank Mr. Hiram Figueroa for being here as well. But Mr. Al Solis, could you tell us a little bit about Rocio Luna?
Good afternoon, everybody. For those fellow Marines, happy birthday. Probably won't see you during that time, but thank you so much for giving Rocio this award. Like Cindy said, my name is Al Solis. I'm the executive director of the National Hispanic Construction Association of California. I've met Rocio a few years back. She reached out to me through LinkedIn and attended one of my events. Rocio's a dear, dear friend. Her and her husband's a plumbing contractor, and Rocio's expertise is in the world of workers' comp and insurance. That is so crucial to our members and to the construction industry. And Rocio is a diligent worker, and she's always volunteering her time. If it isn't helping veterans, it's helping women coming out of difficult situations and making certain that there's opportunities for those women to succeed in construction and anything that's related to construction. So I want to thank Rocio for being a huge part of this event. And I want to thank Rocio for being a big part of my life. And I really think that she's going to really appreciate this award. And I want to thank her, and I want to thank you all for making this possible and this event and making her look like a superstar that she is. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful day. And like I said, happy birthday, my brothers.
With that being said, I want to thank Albert, Solis, and myself. It's funny that all of us came together and we all were stationed back in 88, 89, 87, 88, 89, and 29 Palms. It tells you that longevity and communication and brotherhood stays together. And this is a reason why this trade show is very important for a number of reasons. Based on the situation of the government shutdown, and especially what's going on with the military, it's imperative for us to be able to network and develop great relationships and have a setup for success for all individuals. This award for this lady right here is an important factor of why we should continue this. Thank you and enjoy the rest of your day. So let's go sit down and talk about it.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to take a moment to introduce to you a gentleman who's very soft-spoken. He's reserved for himself and his dog, and he has a really unique opportunity. Sir, introduce yourself and your little companion here.
Hi, hi. My name is Steven Springer. I am the owner of Building and Remodeling Drafting Services. My companion here is Reagan. He's 100% Belgian Malinois. He does all the QuickBooks, so he's pretty much a very intelligent guy.
Absolutely. I am a disabled veteran myself. I have a service dog. Her name is Esther. So when I saw you, I'm like, yeah, we need to speak just on the fact that dogs are the best friends in our lives that we never knew we needed. And I know that your business idea is extremely valuable. You told me that you can't tell me about the project that you're working on. And while I want to get to that, I do want to hear about your story. I want to know what made you getting started, and most importantly, what brings you the most value as you're pursuing this entrepreneurship journey?
All right, so I got started. Well, actually, I kind of played around with the idea 2004 to 2008. I'd recently came out of the military, and I was relying on something that I had. I went to school for, which is architecture. And when 2008 hit, everything closed down. It was right after, the real estate bubble kind of popped, and everybody was just not working. Later on, I ended up working for the state of California. I was working for EDD, assisting veterans with jobs, getting them jobs, getting pretty good at that. And the bug hit me again in 2018. So that's when I decided to go back into what I was doing before with building, designing, and doing plans for basically homeowners doing that spill.
That's amazing. So you provide comprehensive buildings and engineering solutions and documentation for renovation and construction projects. Do you know how global of a phenomenon that is right now, with everybody coming to America to start businesses?
Yeah, a lot of people are trying to catch up. People who come to the U.S. try to catch up at a late stage by starting businesses. A lot of unique opportunities for everybody who's starting their businesses, and I love the diversity in that.
Yeah. Tell me about some of the clients that you attracted. Were they young, old, veterans, government seniors, or do you have a niche market that you attract?
I get homeowners. Also, I had government also reach out to me for that. Ages kind of range all over the place. I guess it depends on the time of year, but it's interesting once the project's completed and everybody's happy. I like to see the project, the before and after. So when the project's completed, or even when it's under construction, I like to walk the sites and see how everything's, all the pieces are put together. So seeing what's on paper and then seeing what's actually physically there, it's a great transformation.
I see you supervising. What branch of service did you serve in?
Marine Corps.
Look at this guy, giving one for the chest. Now, tell me what story, right, that's your most valuable. Like, did you find like something that you felt like, I'm going to be doing this for a minute? What was that success story like?
One success story would be where the value kind of hit me the most was I had a contractor that came up to me and he had kind of like a plan he pulled offline, something, just a basic floor plan. There was this house in Orange County that was destroyed by fire and they needed to demolish the entire thing and then put up a new one. So I was charged with actually redesigning the house, making sure the house fit the property, adding more elements to the plans, and working with the city, anywhere with the city's landscape architects, the city building plans, and so on, making sure it met the requirements for the city. So there's specific codes for certain areas where it must match to keep the consistency in the hood. But having it done, I mean, I visit that property once in a while, and I just can't believe that a 2-story burned out house was on that site, and now it's a good transformation.
Yeah.
Families,
something to make you smile.
Yeah,
that's nice to hear.
Yeah.
Do you have a team?
Yeah, I have a team, close-knit team, always looking to expand. Because of changing things that are happening with the industry now, there's a lot going on. Working with Mike Vega over here. Met him like 3 years ago at this event. And so we were putting things together where we were able to help more.
Trade show veteran, 3 years in a row.
Correct.
Doing business with people here. So you see, networking is a truly valuable skill. Hope everybody's putting that in their check marks and notes to take down here.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Any lasting final notes to tell the people about who you are, what you represent, and your beautiful friend here?
Oh my goodness, who I am. I'm a humble guy, just always willing to help, looking to work with people who would like to work with me. If you know of someone who may need a building plans production company to help them, and basically, I'm the person that architects hire. So what I did was I just cut off the top guy, and then so now everybody's working with me. We go to the same schools, we have the same contacts and so forth as anybody else, and it's always a learning experience. It's always fresh, based on whatever the requirements are, the scope of work. So it's solving problems. And just seeing the transformation is just unbelievable. And what was the other thing?
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. A problem solver, a dog owner, and a humble man. I enjoyed it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Give yourself more credit.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, following me will be Jeffrey Rosales, co-host MC. But the tag team is going to prepare the keynote speech for this evening. Jeffrey, come on up.
All right. Good afternoon, Moreno Valley. Are we having fun or what? No. Are we having fun or what? All right. Semper Fi. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an absolute honor to stand before you today at the 14th Annual Veterans and Small Business Trade Show. To the organizers, sponsors, business leaders, to my fellow veterans, military families, and future leaders, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your service, thank you for your sacrifice, and thank you for showing up today to invest in your growth, your businesses, and your future. A special thank you to the founder and visionary, Albert Renteria, for creating one of the most powerful gatherings of the year, where he brings people together from all walks of life and all around the world to create not just economic opportunities, but unbreakable bonds that our children and our children's children will carry on in the 100-year plan that Albert has laid out for us. Just like Moses, Albert has seen the promised land, and he is asking us to join him. It is a plan that we will be talking about more, and more importantly, executing it so our future generations have opportunity. So please join me and give a loud applause to the founder and visionary of the annual Veteran Small Business Trade Show and the 100-year plan, Mr. Albert Renteria. I do hope to grow a beard like that someday. I am working on it, so please be a little patient with me. My name is Jeffrey Rosales.
I told Jeff to be impromptu, but I guess I'll get up on the cameras. But this was never about me, right, Jeff?
That's right.
Okay, this is about you. And the 100-year plan is simple. You have a starting point like Bill. Where's Bill? Bill, you out there? You coming up here too, okay? Because this is about Bill. In 1975, Bill joined the United States Marine Corps. That's 50 years ago. And earlier today, we had Sarah Jackson speak, who represents the next 50 years of this young man's 100-year plan. So I'm going to turn the mic over to him, because this is about Bill, and the 100-year plan is about two individuals that served a year. Last year, I hit my 50-year milestone, and my speaker for the next 50 years was IPEC from London, United Kingdom, and she was on this screen speaking to her message. So I'm going to give this young man an opportunity to talk about his 50 years and his sentiments about Sarah.
Awesome. Thank you, Al. So what a privilege it is to celebrate 50 years. And I grew my hair out in honor of Al. Didn't get to his length, but it was the idea that counted, right? So, you know, the 50 years after leaving the Marine Corps, I think is a legacy in and of itself. Hurt pretty bad, and then spent the rest of that time recovering, and then learning the value of the government's willingness to use the service-disabled veteran-owned small business as a launching pad for me to launch my business. And I want to leave a legacy like Al is. I want to leave a legacy for the young lady who led us in the national anthem this morning. And one of the things that we can do is to win, in my case, win enough contracts, hire enough veterans that it becomes a legacy in and of itself, that we are hiring veterans who hire veterans when they get work, who use the federal government, our taxpayer funded, to serve the taxpayers with a great level of service, and then be able to share that with the community. So we are 75% veteran hire in our company, and I take a lot of pride in that. We're always trying to get more, but it takes us to win another contract to increase the number because we have really good employees. And one of the things that I would challenge everybody that's out there today that's listening is if you get the opportunity to win a contract or start a business or employ a veteran, I can't think of any greater joy than to be able to pay the salary for a veteran. I get goosebumps when I get to make payroll every week, for some contracts every 2 weeks, for other contracts. And it is a tremendous honor to be able to share the blessing that we have as a service disabled veteran-owned small business with it. At this time, we only have 88 employees, but that's a fair number. And to be able to then be able to contribute to their well-being and to their families, and to be able to share the good news of the Lord Jesus Christ with them, and to be able to honor the veteran themselves and their family is no greater joy. And that legacy is the legacy that we want to leave for the young lady who sang earlier today. The next 50 years are all about us leaving strong and leaving this place a better place than when we got here.
Brother.
Yes.
Semper Fi, brother. Thank you so much for coming out today. We were going to be talking with him a little bit about earlier. And I'm so glad we're talking about this theme about legacy and how important it is to leave a legacy to our family members. So real quick, my name is Jeffrey Rosales. I am the son of an immigrant, youngest of 11, born in East LA and raised in Fresno, California. The Central Valley has a lot of history where another veteran by the name of Cesar Chavez advocated for more economic opportunities for farm workers. Growing up in a blue-collar family neighborhood and being the youngest, fighting for a seat at the table very early, my father came because of a wartime program called the Bracero Program. And it was created during World War II because most of the fighting-age men were overseas in industries such as agriculture, railroads, and had a huge labor shortage. Without that program, my father would not have been able to come to America, and America may have not won World War II. My father was materially poor, but rich in spirit, and he was full of wisdom despite having a second-grade education. And he would always say to us in Spanish, ni aquí ni de allá. And it translates in English to something that is neither here or there, which means you're not from America, but you're also not from that place of your origin as well, which for me is Mexico, come from an immigrant family. It's something immigrant families are challenged with, of belonging and discovering who we really are. It wasn't until I joined out of high school a small but mighty band of brothers and sisters from both rural, city, poor, and in between, where I had the revelation that we have more in common as people than what we are told. And that is especially important when we are facing life or death situations, from the battlefield to the boardroom, and even at the dining table. We all bleed red last time I checked. And so we must take ownership of that common bond that we have as people, because it is central to our shared identity and our shared future. We are all in it together. Now, there's something special about a room filled with business owners, community leaders, parents, children, veterans, and military families. We speak a common language: discipline, resilience, courage, and the relentless pursuit of a mission. Whether you wore a uniform or now wear the title of business owner, you know that success does not come easy. It comes with perseverance, adaptation, and a willingness to lead when others hesitate. When we left the service, the mission didn't end. It simply changed. Many of us traded rifles for balance sheets and operations orders for business plans. And what we've learned is that entrepreneurship is not unlike the battlefield. You assess your terrain. Some of us might use land nav still for that. Find out where that terrain is. You identify your resources. That's your people. That's your money, contracts. You build a team. Your XO or your OPSO, in other words, your COO. your right hand, your managers, your supervisors, and you execute that with precision. 5-paragraph order for those who remember that, right? Situation, mission, execution, administrative logistics, and comms, SMEAC. That is something that I still live by today to execute business. And we talk about small business owners in our family, right? I come from a family of small business owners. My cousin is an immigrant. She owns a restaurant in Salinas. And my brother-in-law and my sister both own a construction company. And one of the things that, I noticed about small business owners is during the pandemic, they had to wait a very long time to get access to that PPP loan. I wondered why. Al and I were talking earlier about the big guy versus the little guy. Well, they didn't have relationships. They didn't have a brand name like Brady or a brand name company who got access to the front of the door. And so I wonder, oh man, why didn't these small business owners get access? Why didn't they get what they deserve? Because they are the pillars of their community. They are the currency in our community. And so to me, that set me on a pathway to make sure that you guys all have opportunities because your families depend on it and they depend on you. When it comes to veterans, they do make some of the best small business owners in America because we already understand what it takes to lead under pressure, to improvise when resources are thin, and we never, ever quit. But leadership isn't just about command or authority, ladies and gentlemen. Leadership is influence. It's the ability to see the bigger picture, to lift others up, and to create opportunity where there was none before. In the military, leadership meant ensuring the person to your left and right came home safely. In business, leadership means ensuring the people beside you, your employees, your customers, your partners, that are supported, empowered, and set up to thrive. And here's the truth. The hardest battle any of us will ever fight is not on foreign soil. It's not in the marketplace. It's the battle within. It's the battle against fear when launching a new business. It's the battle against doubt when times get tough, like right now. The battle against complacency when success starts to come. You made $1 million, but you want to go back to what you used to do. Now you got to find a way to grow and scale. Personal development is also about winning that battle daily. It's about investing in your mindset, sharpening your skills, and never settling for average when you are capable of excellence. So today I want to challenge each and every one of you who is listening or who may listen later on to build businesses that aren't just profitable but purposeful, to lead in ways that don't just grow companies but grow our people, and commit to your own development, because the stronger you are, the stronger your community becomes. America needs us, veterans, entrepreneurs, leaders. We are the backbone of innovation, the defenders of opportunity, and the keepers of the American dream. So let's leave this trade show not just with new contacts or contracts, but with a renewed commitment to lead with courage, to build with integrity, to grow with purpose, because when veterans succeed in business, America wins. Thank you. God bless you. God bless your families, and God bless our troops. And now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that. Thank you. Another round of applause, please. We are about to get ready for our next panel, panel number 2. Bill and his team, please get ready. We're about to bring you up in just a few minutes. So wherever you are, please stand by. Sure. Everyone's ready? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna get your team right now, and then we'll just finish up, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Okay. I may bring up real quick just a business, just give a quick spiel, and then we'll bring you up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, real quick, this is another business in the spotlight. I'm going to quickly introduce and talk a little bit about with Rocio Luna. Rocio Luna, I met her I met her at the American Latino Veteran Association event a couple months ago. She's a chief leadership officer. She's also the founder of the Mind Shift Experience, a business owner, and she helps us kind of get through some of those things that battle within, as I just demonstrated right now. So Rocio Perez, tell us a little bit about yourself and what brings you here today.
Well, to begin with, I'm from Laredo, Texas, Tejana. I have a lot of family members that have served, and so that's what brings me here today, the support for our veterans, being able to leverage energy and thoughts and insights, and then be of service here.
And I love that you mentioned of service here. One thing I think it's important for you're a chief leadership officer. Why is servant leadership so important as a business owner?
Wow, I think that's the name of the game, being able to serve people, being able to connect, being able to understand where people are coming from at all times. That's one of the most important things, getting to know yourself as a leader to what makes you tick, what makes you excited, what takes you to that next level in your life and your career, gives you the opportunity to be able to meet others where they're at.
And I think where they're at is very important as a business owner or you're a leader of a company, because a lot of times there is what I like to call that next phase of growth, right? And your role is to help people kind of unlock that growth to take them to the next level, right? Let's talk a bit about that.
Yes, my entire work started with myself, helping myself go through my own journey. I've been helping people 30 years to go on their journey as well, transcending patterns, things that sometimes we're working really hard, Jeffrey. Okay, let's just put it out there. We work super hard.
That is true.
We're spinning our wheels. We're not getting the result, or we go on this roller coaster of success. We continue to launch something, we get some success, we lose it, we don't know why, what's happening. Nobody can really tell us what's going on. It may look like a business partner failed, somebody embezzled money, something happened on that journey. And when we get to understand ourselves to the core and figuring out what is it inside of me that keeps on yielding that result, because the main person that's the constant is us, right? You can take the business partner away, you can move the employees, you can shift businesses, but really it is us. It is about ourselves. When we get to know ourselves to the core, we can really understand and transcend those patterns. My work has to do with what's called identity alchemy.
I like that. I'm a big fan of the alchemist, but I love that appeal of identity alchemy. You know, I think identity is a very important thing, whether you're transitioning in life or you're transitioning out of the service or you're an athlete, you're getting out, that rediscovery. So in a nutshell, what is identity alchemy all about?
So identity alchemy is about turning pain into gold, right? Turning those roadblocks, those experiences, things that we may have not transcended that are limiting us, and taking another look at life. Why am I doing what I'm doing? Why is this even giving me this particular result? And being able to start to see those patterns for ourselves. Once we see those patterns, we can shift the way that we do things. That's where the Mind Shift game was also developed through, is to helping people to see like, hey, what is it that I'm not seeing? How do I develop? Do I want to be more courageous, right? We come into a new community now as a civilian. How do I engage inside of this community? Where's my sense of purpose? Where's my mission? Where's my sense of identity? I don't know where that's at. How do I start to develop it in a safe space where I can do my inner work, which is all important. Even I do my inner work every single day. There's always another version of me. I'm like, okay, Rocio, let go of that. Let's go ahead and continue taking different actions to get different results.
And in a nutshell, I coined it earlier, but I call it monopoly for the mind.
He did. He coined it. And I'm like, it is monopoly for the mind. I even wrote it down. I'm like, it is monopoly for the mind.
If you don't know where she's at, she's right here, right next to me. That's where her booth is. Pick up a copy of her book.
Yes, I have a book. Well, I have two books here with me right now. One of them is Unstoppable, 7 Steps for Becoming a More Intentional Leader. The second book is an anthology, Fortaleza. And the third book that we just launched, Jeffrey, and has 95 endorsements from all over the world. That's Identity Alchemy.
And
You
we're
can
talking
order
endorsements from Fortune 500 CEOs, executives,
doctors,
business owners, doctors,
even
lawyers.
people, exactly. People
a lot of
from
military
all walks of-
veterans.
Yes, exactly. Military veterans. We have people who are national presidents and so forth that have served for the military. We have people from all walks of life all over the world who are just ranting and raving and saying, you know what, identity alchemy is what is needed inside of an organization. It's needed inside of families. This is a must read for mothers, fathers, teachers, preachers. If you're a leader, if you're connected with any human being, it's important to get in the flow and understand that we have the capacity to be able to create anything and everything that we desire. It is inside of us, and it's taken it one step at a time. All of our work has to do with that. And we have, how do you want to engage? Do you want to engage through our TV show? Do you want to engage through our online self-study university? I have a facilitated university. We have a podcast, which I'm looking forward to interviewing you in the very near future for that. So I'm really excited about the impact that we get to have and what we get to bring to the world.
So ladies and gentlemen, if you're serious about leveling up your business or creating generational wealth to your family, please stop by and have a conversation and check out Monopoly for the Mind. Thank you, Rocio.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give us a few minutes and panel 2.
panel because they have some tremendous experience and expertise. So let's start with some questions that we prepared. So all of you have built multiple successful businesses and enterprises, many of you from the ground up. What were some of the earliest pitfalls that you experienced as you grew these companies? So I think I'll just kind of open it up. Whoever'd like to talk first, just lean into the mic and fire away.
Oh, well, from to be a primer.
Business, you really need to pay attention to the bottom line and what makes up all that stuff above that bottom line. So don't second guess that stuff. You really make sure that you're knowing your numbers.
That's a good point.
Very well said. Yes, I will ditto that. I learned that the hard way too.
Right.
One of the suggestions I think that Jay's suggesting, all business owners out there need to read, or be able to read and understand both a balance sheet and a P&L.
Amen.
And if you can't do that, you're going to be in big trouble. You will not be able to grow your company without that. So that's a great suggestion. Sherry, as a military spouse and a veteran business co-founder, you have many relationships and networks. How have they played a role in your business growth?
That's a great question. Yeah, I think one of the things, it's not that I necessarily brought my military wife relationships or networking into my business, but many military wives move away from their home very early on, and they're in a new city, a new place, and you get the skill of getting to know new people. Building those relationships out of nowhere, right? Just reaching out and being curious about other people. And that very same skill that helped me to be a military wife for 23 years has really carried into business. It's important. People do business with the people they know, like, and trust. And when you build that relationship first, the business will come.
That is a golden nugget, folks. I hope you heard that. People do business with people they know, they like, and they trust. And so it's all about building relationships. Couldn't have said it better myself, Sherry. Thank you very much. Jay?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely strategic partnerships. How do you look for and how do you reach out and look at what's mutually exclusive or mutually beneficial? Sherry and I have not met prior to this meeting, and she's in the drone business, security drones. I'm in the security business. We're walking around and it's like, oh, we need to be partners. Oh, by the way, we're on the same panel together. So how do we form strategic partnerships that benefit both companies? And you want to go find those, look for those, and look for mutually beneficial relationships. It's not always about just what you have and what you can do, but how can I help Sherry with what she's doing? And hopefully that benefits me. And if there's a good mutual combination of business tactics, then it's going to flourish. And so always be looking for those partnerships.
Very good. Michael?
Well, for me, I found that I'm much like a smorgasbord. When I go after work in the professional side of the house, I'll do whatever comes up. So building relations has not been easy because they're so varied. You know, I've done space planning, I've done project work statements, so I'll go where the work is, and that tends to diminish your ability to have build up relationships. So you're becoming more of a mechanic. That's where I am. I don't know if it's good or bad, but that's where I am.
So have you been able to overcome that, or do you desire
I get
to
enough
overcome?
business to keep my lights on. I'm just trying to grow. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, one of the things about networking that's really important is to, and I think two of our panelists really nailed it when they talked about it's all about listening to what the other person has to say and being able to have empathy with that and or help them. And then there's a biblical verse that goes, give and it comes back to you, good measure pressed down and shaken together and running over. That's a pretty good relationship, right? Mm-hmm. So give first and then watch it come back. Next question. What does purpose look like in practice for you as a leader? Have you developed a purpose statement? And then how do you align your team around those purpose statements or purpose-driven missions?
I can take that.
Yeah. So go ahead, Sherry, please.
Okay. Yeah. So, you know, with Scott being military, he knew how important mission was and how important values were. And so our company had its mission statement, its vision statement, and its values squared away pretty early. The thing that's so important for us about that is that we've formed everything based on those values, right? How do we hire? How do we coach? How do we run our business? You know, when we hire someone, several of the questions tell us a little bit about how this person we're interviewing feels about these values and what do these values mean to them. So not only having them, but utilizing them in your everyday operations is really important. And honestly, without a purpose, it would be very difficult to build a business because it is not all rainbows and sunshine. There are definitely difficult seasons that you go through. And without having a really strong, meaningful, personal purpose, it would be very easy to give up and say, this is just too much. So I think, you know, in those two ways, purpose and vision is really important.
Boy, if that isn't the truth, huh? How many of you have a purpose statement that you've written for your companies? Okay, very good. Michael, you want to take that next?
Well, I hate to admit it, but I've become a chameleon because as people work with me as a team member, I tend to go down their path because they are familiar with it as opposed to my rigidity. And I opened up an office in Louisiana because the team that I work with on the fires is all from Louisiana. So now I'm going down that path and it looks successful. So I guess I would say I'm like a pinball in a pinball machine. I'm not structured that way. I'm not structured.
I think if you don't have purpose, really doing it as a business. So I think Sherry said it really well. For us, we are very much purpose driven. I haven't written it down on a piece of paper, but it's all about what our business does. Our business is doing something we consider transform in the video surveillance space. And It's different. It's unique, which means it's not commonplace, which means people are not just running to us. We're trying to change an industry. We're literally trying to change a very old established industry. And as a small business, even though we're, certified small business and as service disabled vet and all that, people look at us and like, well, why isn't anybody else doing what you're doing? And if it wasn't for that purpose of wanting and going to change an industry, like Sherry said, we could have given up a long time ago. So having that purpose and having something that you really believe in and you're willing to battle and put everything into it is huge, because otherwise you're going to have times where it's like, why are we doing this? So you whether you have it written down or not, you better have your purpose of what you're doing this really for. Is it just for money? That's not a bad purpose, but what are you going to do with that money? What's the long-term purpose of your company?
Can I add one more thing?
Absolutely, please do.
Okay. And something I want, people will be drawn to your purpose. If you have passion about what you're doing, people will be drawn to that. So we fly drones, right? I'm not passionate about drones, but I am passionate about creating. Last answer. Another huge
The value drive the culture. Without a culture for your organization,
profit for the company and the family. There, they would rent out the. He's a should really.
Yep, it is. Yeah.
just nobody cares how hard we try if we miss the PLP.
Or you might, sometimes you'll lose money. It's a downhill spiral.
To set up and establish. Harry, let's ask you specifically this question. You recently completed the UCLA's MDE program. How has that formal education supported or shifted your strategy as a business owner?
Yeah. Anybody who's an entrepreneur who is interested in learning more about management, this is a really unbelievable class. So I personally don't have a master's or a bachelor's. My degrees are all in creative things. They're in the arts, they're in graphic design. And I say I have a life learned master's on business building, but this one particular class touched a little bit on all different types of what an entrepreneur should really know to run a business and how to be a better manager. And for the capstone part of it, we had to do something called a business improvement plan. And for us, that they call it a BIP. They just talk about BIPs all the time. So ours was specifically geared towards the quantity and the quality of the proposals that we were putting out every single month for the rest of the year. And I've achieved it so far every month since I took the class, so I'm very excited. But the thing that has really helped me with that is you can't really expect what you don't inspect. So if you don't know what your numbers are, if you don't know what your KPIs are, if you don't know how many proposals you're putting in, if you don't track those things, you can't really expect to get the outcome that you're looking for. So that business improvement plan, I dove deeper into our proposal process than I ever have before, and I've come out of it much stronger.
Thank you, Michael. Would you like to address any kind of formal post, education or classes or workshops that you've attended, and has that helped your business?
Well, I would say that proposal writing certainly has got to be at the top of the list of almost anything we do, and getting to the point. So to me, in our business, if you can't write proposals, you're just dependent on too many other people. Then you get into the people issues and all the things that go with it. So my method is be a prime, write the proposal. I like the mass contracts because they're only a 4 to 6 hour proposal. So you're helping yourself by the kind of contractual documents you work with. The 8A, the set-asides are 20-hour proposals. So I like to keep it under 20 hours. That's what I would say. That's my mark.
Jay, any post-education of any kind?
Not a specific program like Sherry went through, but just some of the community classes. Again, back to financial, reading the balance sheet, reading the P&L statement, doing all that stuff. As Sherry was saying, the KPIs. I remember when someone a lot younger than me first said, well, what are your KPIs? And I was trying to think kitchen utensil KPI. Years earlier, I had learned that if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. Right. KPIs. So that's if there's one thing that what do your charts say? I mean, everybody nowadays has a dashboard, and what's your dashboard saying? What are your numbers saying? Then it's really from a management point of view in the classes. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. So those to me are the things that I've really learned. Learning the ropes. What was I doing wrong before that I now know I need to do now is measure everything.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And I would say that if you're not learning, if you don't continue to learn, then you're obviously stagnant. And we know what stagnant, what happens when it's stagnant. So I would recommend that you look into your local SBDCs or your Southwestern Veteran organization here, or some of us have gone to VIP in Veterans in Procurement in Maryland. And they have 3 classes that are just exceptional. And all you got to do is get there. Everything else is paid for by several sponsors of theirs. There are other classes that you can go to offered by our local utilities. And I would just say, if you continue to learn about your business, you're going to get better at it. And, go on.
Yeah, and the MDE class that I went to was actually sponsored by US Bank because I'm a part of Veterans in Business. So I don't know how many of you veteran business owners know about VIB Network, but if you don't know about VIB Network, it is a gold mine. It really is. They're getting ready to have their annual conference in San Diego here this next month, and I highly, highly recommend it. We've been a member there since maybe the past 7-8 years. But it's a great organization. The whole purpose is, connections to contracts. They're great at it.
Very good. So there are several organizations, and many of them have conferences and stuff which offer workshops. But I think taking advantage of any of the number of trainings is just a good rule of thumb. Because if we're not growing, then we're not going to grow. We're stagnant. So yeah, Michael.
I think I may have missed the target on your question about backgrounds. I found that, because my colleague here quoted the can't measure, you can't monitor. That was a Joran statement. I follow the Deming and the Toyota way. And Deming is plan, do, check, and act. So all our processes answer those questions. Dr. Joran quoted this. And also you have the Pareto principle, which I like. It kind of says that 80% of X gets you 20% of reverse. 20% of your revenue is paid for 80% of your bills. 20% of the people do 80% of the work. So those kinds of things are very good to help you cast how you do things. But I like the plan, do, check, and act, the best one. It's Deming. Thank you.
Well, very good. Thank you. Let's move on. So what advice would you give to an entrepreneur who's trying to balance creativity with culture, with technical, with all of the things that we have to do as business owners? Go ahead, Michael. Let's start with Michael. Let's work down.
To me, there's something called the Kano model, and it has a quadrant of 4 quadrants. It's cash cows, dogs, rising stars, and the other. So you got to pay attention to your cash cows to keep your lights on, but you got to be ready to get rid of the dogs, and you got to have rising stars. If you don't have that combination, you're going to do what is called the going out of business charts. I worked for an engineering company once. They actually had a going out of business chart. They simply took the number of people over the backlog, and they knew they were going to be out of business in 12 weeks if they didn't sell work. So theirs was sort of I don't call that a positive way of doing business, but it worked.
Okay.
It was specific.
Go ahead, Sherry, please.
Yeah, for me, like I mentioned, I'm a creative person. And so any way I can bring creativity into what I do, that's the route I go. As I mentioned, drones, I could really take or leave it. Our employees love the drones. They love flying them. They get paid to go out and fly a drone all day. But for me, I really look for ways to be creative. And I guess in my creativity, I look for creative ways to be creative.
Very good. Jay?
It's definitely a balance. How do you, as a business owner that might get mired down in certain aspects of the business for your own personal sanity, how do you look at some of the creative things of business, of like what Michael was saying, the rising stars piece? How do you go back and put some thought process into that part of the business and get your mind out of some ruts? And if you're not in most cases, the reason we got into business was there was something creative that we thought of that would be different. And then you get into business and now you got to deal with all the business stuff. And then you kind of forget about the creative part. So it is definitely a balance that you need to foster.
Very good. And I was going to add one thing. I don't want to chime in when I got great panelists like this, but I think one thing as a CEO, as a founder, business owner, I think one of the things that we sometimes lose sight of is I have to do the most important thing when it needs to be done. And I have to give that my time, effort, energy, and attention so that it gets done, because it could put us out of business. So like we just went through a very challenging period of time. And I found myself having to be involved in the intricacies of transitioning new payroll to a new payroll company. I don't know a thing about payroll, but I had to learn really fast. And I had to get it done, because if we didn't get it done, the transition wouldn't have taken place. Now I can look at all the results of what I've learned and the successful transition, and now move on to the next thing. But that's sort of a play on creativity, but it wasn't by choice. That was the difference.
I think it's important to prioritize creativity, even if that means, future visioning, looking at the future. What does that mean? Taking time as a business owner to not always be in the weeds is really important.
Amen.
And you knew that was going to be one of our last questions too, didn't you? So those are two. So very good. Did you answer it?
Yep, I did.
Okay, very good. So let's move on. This is going to be a little bit more intimate, and I hope you can really grab on to what we're going to talk about. Can you share a moment, specific moment in your business career where you have been challenged, where you've been tested, where you've been tried, and what did you have to rely on to get through it to be sitting here today where you are? And anybody could go if they're comfortable.
I had a contract with a military organization, and we were through the onboarding, and the POP is supposed to start. They suspended us. We found out it was because we didn't have the CAC card, because the system took longer than they authorized us. So what do? Do we eat it? Do we shut up? Or, well, what we did is we bit them, and they removed the suspension. We're more mechanical, I guess, but that's the best I can tell. That was horrible incident.
Scary, if nothing else, right? Sherry, Jay?
Yeah, we started out in an industry that was brand new, right? When we started our company 11 years ago, you had to be a manned pilot in order to fly a drone commercially, and we had to build our own drone. So we spent many years educating the public, educating our potential clients on what can drones do. And a few years in, we got a really good break with the utilities, and we were able to start working for the three main utilities in California. And we worked for them for many years, and we grew to about 170 employees. And it was coming time to bid the largest one again. And we put in our bid, and we didn't realize it was going to be a blind bid. And so in our bid, we made a lot of assumptions that they would know who we were and what we had already done there with that company. And unfortunately, we lost it. A company from out of state came in and way underbid. There's a lot to that story, but that was devastating. That was millions and millions of dollars that we lost basically overnight. So, we had to downsize. I think one of the things we learned is that if the ship is sinking, it's okay to get rid of things overboard so the ship can keep going. We had a lot of equipment, a lot of vehicles. We had several, multiple teams out in the field, 50 teams out in the field, lots of back work. The other thing that the other tool we used was diversifying. So we had worked in pretty much every industry, but we had gotten so busy in the utility space that we had let sales kind of go by the wayside. So we took time to really build back up those relationships in those other industries. Good. And are much stronger for it. We learned a ton of lessons. We had never run a $12 million company before. So we learned a lot of lessons, and things are building back up, especially in the utility industry again. And it's very exciting because we know so much more this time. So, if we didn't have a purpose, if we didn't have a mission, that could have been the end of our company. But we did, and we knew that we did it before and we could do it again. So, understanding when it's the time to hold on to things, when it might be the time to let go of things, when it might be time to diversify, when it might be time to reframe, how you're looking at something to pivot. So there's a lot of tools that you can use, as needed.
Very good.
Yeah.
I would probably just add there was one time that was it was a tough moment in business for us. We were doing a statewide contract, a statewide bid, and someone else came in and quote unquote won that business. They won it by bidding below cost, and then came back to us because we were actually the ones that were the suppliers for it and said, hey, just pay us 5 points and we'll run the business and we'll do it. Again, the word integrity comes back. We walked away from that. It's not right business. It's not good. I'm not going to support someone who is trying to cheat the system. And so we walked away from that business. We lost that business, but I'm sleeping at night because that's the right thing to do. So how do you keep your eye on the ball and still keep your integrity? It's a challenge sometimes, but how do you do the right thing?
Those are great stories. Thank you very much. I think one of the golden nuggets that I learned in that, and Sherry reminded me of something that I've coached clients on for many years, and that is, if I'm evaluating my business in those moments of time, I ask myself 4 questions. What is working? And can I do more of it? What isn't working? And with the what isn't working, do I get rid of it or do I improve it? And then finally, what could I actually start something new? Or what could I create? And those 4 questions are great questions for any business owner to ask themselves as they have those moments of reflection. So I think those are great answers, panel. Thank you. Many of you own multiple companies and either serve on nonprofit boards, or you run a nonprofit, or you're just involved in multiple other organizations. How do you prioritize your strategic vision across those multiple initiatives and stay focused on what's most important? Anybody can. So Michael, go ahead, please.
Well, I budget my time. I get up early. I'm an old maintenance guy, so I'm up early, and I work 6 to 10 to get everything behind me that needs to be done, be it the future or problems. And the rest of the day, I coast and just let things fall in as they may.
Go ahead, Sharon.
I time block a lot. Because I can't be doing one thing and then answer emails over here and make phone calls over here. So I do a lot of time blocking and a lot of prioritizing and a lot of checklists. But mostly, because along with being a business owner, I have in the past had some health challenges. So I've really had to learn how to not just manage my time, but to manage my energy. And I think that's really important for people to be able to do both. So keeping an eye on managing my energy and my time.
That's really good. I like that. That's really good, Jay.
I like to say, are you managed by your email account? I mean, is your management style what's in the email and what am I dealing with, as opposed to managing your inbox? And so again, the question is about, it's a strategic focus. So what is important? And there's 100 emails that you got, but what's important, and what's the right time to time block and say, okay, I'm going to read my emails at this time and deal with it, as opposed to being a slave to your inbox. And then again, the question of what's the strategic value of what you're doing, and that should be constantly in your head.
Go ahead.
Additionally, I have my top 3 most important things I need to get done each day. And if I get those done, then my day is a success, even if I didn't finish any of the rest of my checklists.
Amen.
That's so good. I couldn't agree more. I've written several articles before on what I call priority management, and email is not one of them. It really is not one of them. I have a list of priorities I need to get done. for that day or week or month. And those are my focus. And then as I can, that's why my inbox, just from my own personal, is 700 emails plus, because email is not all that important. If something's important, somebody will pick up the phone and call me. And, that may be a different style, but, I want to focus on the business and not the email. Email is a time sucker and not a priority management tool. So very good. That was good. In your experience, this is also going to be a tough question, I believe. In your experience, many of us have got into situations where we were way over our heads, or there was areas we were not comfortable with or not familiar with. And when that happened, how do you know when it's time to either ask for help by bringing in outside help, or seeking outside help, or even just telling yourself, I don't know, I got to do something different? How do you manage that time?
For me, I think if you have to ask yourself, am I making up the answer? Someone's asking a question and like, I really don't know, so let me like BS my way through this. That might be a clue that you need help. And to be able to ask for help. I think as veterans, a lot of times I don't know if we're trained or whatever, that we're supposed to go take care of it, right? There's a great book down there, Marines Don't Cry. I was a sailor. We cried all the time. So how do you feel comfortable asking for help? And when you're in business, you're going to need help all the time. So don't think that just because you're the owner or the CEO or whatever, that you're supposed to have all the answers. You're not. Yeah. And so get comfortable at asking for help. And again, as veterans, I think we're not trained for that, but get comfortable asking for help and seek. Just if it's a colleague, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go hire a consultant or whatever, but just get Sherry's input on, what do I do here? And you'll be surprised how many people want to help you. I don't know about you, but have you ever, extended a hand for help and been slapped away? No, people want to help you. So feel comfortable to ask.
That's really good. Michael?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll look at getting help, just say prior to an award. If I ask for help, if I feel like I need help, I'll usually go to the back end of the software. And if there's an incumbent, I won't do it and I won't ask for help. I tend to want to work in the areas that there's not an incumbent.
Sherry?
Yeah, so for me, what comes to mind is something that one of my program managers told me once. So I'm the kind of person who really likes to have control over stuff, have my hands in everything. And that's not necessarily the way you can run a business once you get to a certain size. The CEO, the co-founder cannot have their hands in everything once you hit a certain number of employees. And so my project manager said, Sherry, the employees that are out in the field, they're like the grass and the bushes of the field. And we've got the air bosses. They're like the trees. We're the managers. We're like the taller buildings. You're the CEO. You're supposed to be up there in the sky, just kind of overlooking things, staying visionary, setting this pace for the company, and keeping things moving forward. And that really stuck with me because I'm a visual person. And it helped me to understand that, asking for help is something that is a strength. Actually, some people look at it as a weakness, but it's a strength to understand when you are too divided, going in too many directions. There's something that needs to be done that's not your strength. It is somebody else's. So having that wisdom or discernment to know when to ask for help is a really important part of growing a large business.
No, great answers. I think another one, a little bit, as veterans, a little bit more intimidating. But if you can get to a place where you're comfortable with who you are, hire people that are smarter than you are. And I have a Marine Corps colonel and a Marine Corps major that work for me. And that was very humiliating, humbling, but they are so good and they are so happy in their roles because they're doing what they love to do, and it makes our company so much stronger. So
I'm sure everybody's heard the term that if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, hire people smarter than you.
That's so good. Thank you. Great answers. All right. It's time, or pardon me, in your experience, what is one rope that you wish you had learned to either let go or to hold on to sooner than you did?
For me, it was the financials.
Okay.
Understanding the financial, understanding, are we making money? I mean, the bank account says I got some money in there, so I must be good, right? And again, if you're going to sell the company, if you're trying to build a company that someday somebody might want to buy or have any kind of exit strategy, what's it worth? And how do you know what it's worth, and to have someone else come in and say, well, it's only worth $5. So really truly understanding your financials is super important. A lot of, it's not probably why you got into business, but please go learn that.
Very good. Sherry or
For
Michael?
me, it's more mechanical. From the point of performance, you have a month's billing you have to carry, then you wait 2 weeks for the bill. The choice I wished I'd have made is that I would have gotten some operating capital rather than have to worry about paying people weekly when you got 6 weeks before you see your first check. That was a terrible lesson for me.
Yeah, that was a terrible lesson. My last answer kind of alluded to it. I think feeling like I needed to have my hands in everything and needed to be overseeing everything. When you bring people on, or when you go to people for advice, you want to make sure you're bringing in the right people or going to the right people that you can trust. And that way you don't feel like you have to be overseeing or double checking all the work that's done. So letting go.
Okay, very good. Very good. Appreciate that. Thank you. So we've kind of addressed this a little bit, but what I would like to ask it in a little different way is staying grounded when your back is against the wall, when there's times of uncertainty, especially when you're making a high stake decision that could affect everything, your business, your clients, your employees. If you could tell a personal story about that, what would it be? About a time when you relied on that.
Again, for me, it is purpose. And again, I'm the only one up here that didn't write a purpose statement down, and I keep coming back to purpose. Why are you in business? And do you believe in it enough that when times get tough and sales slow down or trickle to a small flow, are you understanding the purpose of what you're in business for, and do you realize that there is a market for it? So to me, we're looking to change an industry, and so there are times where we have to make decisions that are tough for the current market condition, but we know that this is what's going to get us to changing the industry. So again, to me, it's back to, do you really believe in the purpose of why you're in business?
Yeah, I would say pretty much close to the same thing. For me, again, my passion is creating, and we've had employees who have purchased their first home while working for us, or who've put their kids in private school while working for us. And to me, there is nothing more satisfying than affecting someone's life that way, to be able to create a business that needs employees that are going out and doing work that matters, doing work that pays well and affecting their life. The other important thing about staying grounded, I am really big into being just mindful. We go 100 miles an hour in 100 different directions as business owners. And if you're not taking time to just sit quietly in your garden, in the park, at the beach, in the mountains, if you're not taking time to regularly just reflect on who you are and what you're doing, and maybe just take time not to reflect on anything, just to sit quietly and listen, and give your brain some space to decompress. That's a very important tool for me, because it helps me, William asked, how do we stay grounded? That's how I stay grounded. And I keep my joy going by knowing that by building this business, I'm creating a difference in these people's lives. So.
Very good.
So, well, for me, your back against the wall is always when the pricing is done, the team is optimistic, the short margin could hurt me, but help them. And you have to decide whether you're going to go with the team's number or not, because you're holding the paper. It's mechanical, I'm describing, but that's my reality.
You know, and that's a good point, because that time that we did lose that one bid, sure, we could have come down in our rates, but that would have meant we had to pay our people a lot less, and we would have had to pull back on a lot of benefits we offer and things like that. And to us, again, back to our values, we didn't want to do that. So we didn't bring our prices way down. And you're right. It's a decision you make as a business owner, which way you're going to go.
Thank you. And the last question that I have for you is, many of us spend time thinking about what the future will look like. Do you do that? And are you able to then create portions of the future that you would like to see in terms of a plan, or actually work it out and see it happen? Maybe you could tell us a little bit about visioning and writing a vision plan.
Well, for me, I'm doing it now. I've been in professional services from 2017 to 25, and I saw for every one professional services job, there were 10 construction. So now I'm a general contractor.
There is a lot of construction out there. Yeah. Yeah, we do that a ton. My husband and I both spend time my husband's the visionary, honestly. He comes up with these amazing ideas out of the blue. We have several of them that we're working on. And, you know, speaking to that, that's where a lot of relationships come in as well. We have to form strategic alliances, form partnerships, and put those plans into action. Yeah, it takes a lot of effort when you're running one business or two businesses to look down the road. Is it going to be something new that these current businesses offer? Is it going to be something different, like a whole new business? But it's important, right? Because like William alluded to, most entrepreneurs are lifelong learners. And it's a good thing, because there's a lot to learn as an entrepreneur. And as you look to the future, that's what'll drive you. You know, if you don't have a super clear picture about what you want and where you want to go, you probably won't get there. So being very clear and spending time out in the mountains and out at the beach, thinking about that, writing it down, seeing it and feeling it clearly, that's really important. It helps drive you.
Sherry's spot on, and you have to have that vision and the ability to kind of see forward. Again, we're trying to do that and change the video surveillance industry. We're absolutely looking at a future where the industry is totally different than it is today. And we're fighting a bunch of market trends and a bunch of market conditions. And so you, as the entrepreneur, as the visionary, have to make sure that there's a market fit. You can have a great idea, and you might think it's the smartest thing since sliced bread. I think my idea is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Is there a market for it? Are you trying to, buck an industry and you don't have the resources to get there? So the visionary part is super important. What are the tactics to execute on that vision? And again, is there a market fit? I can have a great idea, but if no one's willing to buy it, then what do you got? So go find another great idea. But hopefully, in a couple of years, I'll be back up here saying, see, we changed the industry.
There you go. Well, what a panel. I can't thank you all enough. That was, I learned a lot today. And I hope you did too. We presented several golden nuggets, and one of them was learning your numbers and knowing your numbers. Another was being a lifelong learner. Another was get in an organization like VIB that can help grow your business through networking. Build a network. Give as you network. Help somebody else, because it will come back to you, and also focus on what you do best, but make sure that you understand the entirety of your organization as the leader. So I want to thank you, panelists, and we've got a special little thank you for you as well. So let's give them a round of applause, please.
Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. And not to mention, we do have some awards for our panelists here. Here's your award. Here's your skin in the game. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Miss Sherry Painter. Please come get your skin in the game award. Give her a round of applause, please. Mr. Jay Bartlett. And our amazing moderator who did an amazing job. I hope you guys learned a lot today. Mr. Bill Osgood. Semper Fi, brother. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give us a couple minutes before we get set up for our last panel today. We are going to bring up some of you guys for our next Business on the Spotlight series. So stand by and please grab a cup of coffee. And we're going to have a really amazing final quarter, if you will, of this amazing 14th annual Veterans and Small Business Trade Show.
So the camera could be on you when they look at you. Yeah, that's all right. You want to put it on top of the table? You put it like here.
I can stand.
You sure? You want me to get another chair so you can sit down? You over there? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You want to sit?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let's sit here. Okay. Here we go.
Good idea.
We got to move so she can get in the chair right here.
Should I move this one?
Where do you want it? You want to be in front of me? Test. Ladies and gentlemen, I have one of the most unique CEOs here in front of me. I don't know if you've seen the back corner over there. There's a small security booth there with Miss Lynn, who has a great product. She's going to tell us a lot about it. But I want to tell you that I've seen her 2 years in a row, and I think that she deserves her 5 minutes of fame. And so I'm going to give her a chance to do so. Miss Lynn, please tell us about your vision, your product, and your story briefly, if you'd be so kind.
Thank you. Glad to be here. Many thanks to Al. Continue serving, helping small business, especially focus on the veterans community. I am Lynn Chen, Earl Security. We are in crime prevention, building safety business. I'm a contractor supplier. We have a few new products. How do you stop intruder and you cannot shoot them? You send density fogging to freeze them. When a criminal cannot see, they cannot move. This is what we do. If you can see this particular demo unit, we are continue improving with an AI active security camera system. What this camera can do, detect human and vehicle, give loud voice warning with a strobe light and with an instant reaction. Send notification for remote monitoring for larger or small space, all type of facility with 4G and solar power for wide remote site. We are in system integration. Thanks for the time to be here. God bless you all.
Thank you, Miss Lynn. I have one question for you. Last year, you had a representative I spoke to. I can't remember his name, but I used to work at U.S. embassies all across the world. And I was telling you, like, hey, I think this would be great at a U.S. embassy or at some small consulate, because that's what Marines protect, right? The internal security, everything. And I just wanted to know, have anybody also told you that your product would be good there, as far as U.S. embassies is concerned? Have you heard that?
Not yet, but we wanted to learn more about the opportunity.
Well, thank you, Miss Lynn. Everybody, Earl Solutions over here. Give it up for Miss Lynn. 2 years she's been coming here supporting this event, and it's great to see her.
Thank you all for your services. Thank you, big and small in all the corner. We appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay, that's what his name is? Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm talking to him. I told him you should try to get to the state department. You should see how many people in the state department been looking at this for security. Well, what's up?
I got it. We got to get ready for this panel that I'm on. You're going to give the intro, right?
For the next one, you got it. I'm going to take this down.
Great job. Well, look at that innovation, right? Preventing crime on small businesses who cannot afford it. Please give it up one more time for them as we get ready to bring up our next panel, ladies and gentlemen. So, like I said, this is probably the most important panel. You're not going to want to miss this. This is about doing business with government. There's a lot of myths out there, and we actually want to address those myths. So please join me and give them a welcome applause to our next set of panelists for panel number 3, learning the ropes, doing business with government. And by the way, I recommend all you guys come up here to ask your questions. Hear it directly from them, from these panelists. So Demisha and Marcus, please come on up, and John Arena from Metro Water. What's up? Okay, got it. John? Thank you. All right. As we get settled in here. So I'm going to ask you guys while we get settled here for a little bit. I'd like to real quickly tell the audience a little bit about yourself, and we can start with Marcus.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marcus Delphine. I'm with the California Military Department. We're more commonly known as the California National Guard. We are a government state agency. We do about $100 million in mixed goods and services procurement annually for the state. And we operate military installations all throughout the state of California to support the state if there's a natural disaster or emergency. So if Governor Newsom declares what's called a governor declared emergency, our troops get activated to anywhere in the state where those communities are affected, whether it's an earthquake or a fire or any civil unrest type activity. So with that, we stand up military installations all throughout California, armories throughout California, and readiness centers to be able to mobilize those troops on a moment's notice. So with that, some of the installations include Camp San Luis Obispo, Camp Roberts, Joint Forces Training Base here in Los Alamitos, Moffett Air Force Base, Fresno Air Force Base. And so with that, in order to keep the installations operational on a 365-day-a-year basis, we have to spend a lot of procurement spend to keep those buildings and facilities operational. So we do a lot of procurement for goods and services to keep those operational. And I love going to outreach events like this to be able to communicate some of those contracting opportunities with our small business and DVB supplier community.
Thank you, Marcus. Demisha?
Hi, I'm Denisha Swanson. I'm with the Department of General Services, Office of Small Business and Disabled Veteran Business Enterprise Services. I don't think it's on.
Go.
Perfect.
There you are.
That was just practice. Hi, I'm Demisha Swanson with the Office of Small Business and Disabled Veteran Business Enterprise Services, also known as OSDS, with the Department of General Services. We are a California State Department, and within that California State Department, the Office of Small Business, we help out small businesses level the playing field with state contracts. And we do that with our certification, our outreach and education, our advocacy, and our compliance unit. Sorry. And with that, we also have other programs where we do a small business and disabled veteran business emergency registry. When there are fires or emergencies that happen, we have a separate registry that we put in our only certified firms into that registry for all state buyers to find them. Because there is one place in which all state buyers are supposed to go to find small businesses and disabled veteran businesses to contract with. And that's our main platform, caliprocure.ca.gov. But on the side, we created our own separate for emergencies. And I'll go ahead and pass this on.
John?
Well, good afternoon. John Arena. I am the Business Outreach Manager for the Metropolitan Water District. Believe it or not, I'm just celebrating 30 years there at Metropolitan.
Congratulations.
Yeah. You made it. Sorry about the picture there.
That was John's high school prom picture.
Yes.
So just
I've been told I need to upgrade that picture. So yes, I am him. Same thing here. I work for the state of California with Metropolitan. We're the nation's largest wholesaler of water. We do about 300 to 400 million a year. We broke our record this year with DVB. We only accept small business and DVB. Very important for us to be here today and support this organization. But yeah, we finally broke a record. We did 11 million with DVBs, and you got it. Thank you. We're very proud. It's not easy, and we just have some great partners out there, and you just got to keep coming too. You know, I ran into 2 DVBs today, and one of them met me last year, and he registered and was waiting for that magic bid to show up. It doesn't work that way, folks. And so we reconnected, and we're going to connect next week at our Metworks conference. So we got 700 people coming to the Metropolitan Water District Metworks event. Please come if you can. I got flyers at my desk, but it's capped out, so you can't register, but please show up. We're taking over 100 walk-ins. And that's kind of the water industry is going to be there, and opportunities, about $2 billion worth of opportunities. And what's nice is Metropolitan may have larger contracts that maybe you can handle at your first go, but having the other water agencies, the 250 water agencies, we're not going to have all of them there, but a lot of the water agencies in Southern California will be there, and they buy things kind of, at the 100,000 spot buy things. So there could be opportunities there. And I think we'll get the panel rolling here.
So thank you. I mean, I think this is great that we're talking about this right now in this current state of the environment. And one of the things, like I said, veterans or small business owners, let's dispel the myth. I mean, you hit on it earlier, John. You said you can't just send me a bid and expect me to approve you right away. Do I know you? Do you have a reputation? So why don't we start over with Marcus here? Let's dispel that myth. Like I have a great product or service business, maybe innovative technology, maybe we saw crime prevention earlier here. What can I do to get noticed, right? Like I know we mentioned earlier about like getting noticed, I said high school prom, but like I want to get noticed. I want you to, pick me. Like what can I do in my capacity as a small business or veteran-owned business? I know you guys mentioned search, but I want to hear from you. I want to hear from the horse's mouth. Tell us the blueprint, Marcus.
So I do go to a lot of outreach events just like this, and I get asked that same question all the time, like how can we best market ourselves to your state agency buyers? How do we get our foot in your door? And the best answer I always give is, Demisha mentioned earlier, caliprocure is the holy grail for where all buyers for all state agencies go to find you as a supplier, whether you're small business or DVBE. And the way it works is for our agency, our buyers will go on Kelly Procure when they have a scope of work, whether it's a good or service, and they'll type in a combination of either keywords or UNSPSC codes that fit the scope of that contract. And then Kelly Procure will generate a list of suppliers based on that search criteria. And so the way it works is the better you build out your Kelly Procure profile, the more searchable you are to state agency buyers. And so what I recommend is I see a lot of great capability statements on a lot of tables out there that actually list out those UNSPSC codes and keywords beautifully. But what I challenge you to do is go back to your office and bring up that capability statement and the profile online and make sure that everything that's on that capability statement is translated on Cal eProcure. Because the biggest risk you could do is spend a lot of time on that paper format, but not translate it over to the digital format. And that's literally where all agency buyers are going to find you. So the more that you can build out that profile with all of your applicable capabilities based on UNSPSC codes and keywords, the better. I recommend, as your capabilities change, to revisit it on a periodic basis. Put a reminder on your calendar. If you have someone on staff that may have free time once a week, take time every week, every month, every quarter, whatever it is, to revisit that profile and make sure that it most accurately represents what you can actually provide as a good or service to state agencies. That is your best way to market yourself to agency
So
buyers.
I have a lot of questions. I'm going to, break it down Barney style for those who don't know that. So the capability statement is my resume, or
it can be. It serves as a resume.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're great because they get your, especially at in-person events. It's something that we can take home with us as agencies and look at. But let's be honest, a lot of those just end up on a pile on a desk, and that is the kiss of death, because the real way that our buyers seriously do find you, we train our buyers to use Cal eProcure, which DGS has set up for California to utilize as like the first stop to search for suppliers.
Got it. Okay, so Demetrius, I want to go over to you because when he started talking about filling out the online form, for some reason my PTSD for applicant. You ever fought a resume on federaljobs.gov and you're spraying and praying for businesses? Are we also getting into that mix, or are you guys going to actually look at what we got to offer?
We are. As a buyer for the state, they have to go look on that profile. They look up, I move a lot, sorry. They look up the UNSPSC codes because in the scope of work, it says specifically what they're looking for. And these classification codes match with what they're looking for. So they look for that and they pick a list of all the certified firms. And from that, you get a solicitation sent out to you. Now, what I will say, because I have to do a plug for my little unit, is we do help you update your profile. We help you pick the correct UNSPSC codes, which are almost akin to NAICS codes, but not really, because they're for products and services, more so than industries. We also let you see what departments are buying what, and look at past contracts of what has been bought by these departments. So we would look at your UNSPSC codes, the keywords that you have on your profile, and we can match what departments buy what you want. Now, the next step, because I'm jumping from what you said, is there's something called advocates for each state department, and we have over 200 advocates. My team can help you learn how to market to those state advocates, because this is your other end where you need to know people like Marcus over here and John. And John over here. They're like advocates. You would go to them. They know exactly what's happening in their department, kind of what contracts are coming out, solicitations. And if you be friends with them, they will remember your name, make sure you're on those profiles so that you can be picked up. And so then I plug back over to advocates. They can also help you if you have any issues, because as we said earlier, nobody's just going to contact you and sell or buy something directly from you when it's the State Department. You do have to do a little prompting unless it's something that's really urgent and it's an urgent solicitation that goes out, because we do have stuff that's called responsive and responsible. Yeah, got it right. Okay. And what that basically means is you have to be on the list, find out, you have to have all your qualifications, and you need to respond on time when they send something out to you to get your information to see if you can do this product or service or provide it, and in what areas you can provide it. Because as small businesses usually say, you can do it everywhere, right? Every city, county within California, and then you get called out on it. And I'm going to let you know, after a couple times, the department comes to you and you can't do it, or you did not respond and say, hey, I can't do that. You kind of go over to what's not called a little black box of death, but you kind of go over there and they might not contact you again, even though you might be the perfect person for it.
One more thing I want to mention on the profiles is when you're building out your keywords on your profile, think of synonyms for the services and goods that you provide. I have an example. We had a buyer, two buyers that sat 3 feet away from each other in our office. And one person searched for custodial and found limited results, whereas the other buyer searched for janitorial and found more results. So if you can kind of think outside of the box and try to think of synonyms for the services, that's helpful in that keyword section as well. And then Demisha mentioned that they do have a team that will help you build out your profiles on a repeat basis. So it's not just when you get your profile or your certification approved through DGS, you can continually go back to them and use them as a professional resource to help you as your business grows and your capabilities grow. So will your need for the professional services, which are generously offered through DGS. They have a great team. They have fantastic units available.
And real quick, just to circle back to you, Demisha, it sounds like what you're saying is, it sounds like following orders. Like if you guys send out a notification for that business and you want them to give you a capability statement, they need to respond on time, right? That just shows how they need to show that punctuality, right? That they actually want to do business with you guys, correct?
Exactly. Yes.
And also make sure that it's something, if you're going to submit a quote for something or a bid for something, make sure it's something you can actually do that's within your capability, because part of the commercially useful function is the agency, it's incumbent upon them to actually go and check to make sure that the agency is able to perform that.
So I want to talk about, hold that thought. I want to talk about, I want to hear from John real quick on kind of his process and kind of what he looks for.
They did such a good job. I really don't have much to add. I will plug, though, I was lucky enough during Schwarzenegger's term to be on the Small Business Council, and they have something called the Sarah Awards where they honor these advocates. It was, in my whole career, 30 years of doing this, I don't think the state does it nobody does it better than the state of California. The advocates, to hear what they were doing to support DVBs and small businesses, we're talking 30, 40%, some departments, and they deserve to be so anything you're gonna leave with today is go back, and if you remember anything, if you want to do business in the state of California, look up the state advocate system. I just read something yesterday. A good friend of mine, Danetta Jackson, sends me a lot of stuff. She's a supplier diversity manager there. She sent me something about some new rules that the council is considering, and I think it's $3.5 million for a small business, kind of not a set aside, we don't use that term, but an opportunity for just use SBEs or DVBs for this amount. And they have a DVB first program. There's a lot to unpackage there. They shared just a little bit of it. But all I have to maybe add is what they were talking about. We're on a different system. It's called Planet Bids. But I met a gentleman today, great guy, Matthew Shunadoa with Goliath Global Enterprises. He walked up and just, again, you go to these conferences, you never know who you're going to meet, but he does fuel, and he does diesel fuel. He's not a broker, and our people do not deal with brokers. We want direct, because we're buying $3 million worth of diesel and fuel for our fleets. We have our own pumps at our facilities. And we only had one bidder 3 years ago. We need more competition. I spoke to him. I called our fleet manager. Looks like we're going to be bidding that out in 2 weeks. The guy was so sharp. Matthew's like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to your website when I get home, and I'm going to look at because we're a public agency, that all information's on there, archived for about 18 years. He's going to go in there and look at the last bid. Right? We're a public agency. We're very transparent. He can go in there and see who the bids were, what we pay per how we deliver in bulk these huge tankers. And he's like, wow, I need to talk to my CEO and think about how we're going to be able to handle a $4 million a year contract, because we don't have the trucks to do it now. We may have to kind of ramp up but just the fact that he was here today and we connected, and we have a huge need. That's what it's about. But he knew right away he had to go do some homework to make sure he can compete before he gets excited, before his company gets excited. And they realized, wow, it was much bigger than we thought.
So I love that. I love that you talked about you guys want more competition. That's great because competition, we need that for innovative purposes. But I want to talk about a little quick past performance. We've all been there. We've all been trying to get our foot in the door in a corporation or a business. What if I'm a small business and I have a very amazing product or service? Do I go to an advocate, or who's going to help me get my foot in the door? Can you guys talk a little about that?
So the best way, coming to events like this is great. And I'm the only advocate from a state agency at this particular event, but we all do go to various events. You'll see different faces at all different events throughout the state of California. So the more of these events you can get to, you get that face time with the agency and you get to understand each other's capabilities. So a lot of what I do at my table is educate the supplier community on what the military department purchases. There's actually a misconception when people see the military department. They think that we only just purchase a couple things, whether it be tanks or weapons. And that's actually the furthest thing from the truth. It's literally every good in service. And so part of what I do is go out to the community to educate the public on exactly what we purchase. And it's kind of like trying to find a match with each other. And so I like to learn about what suppliers have available, because since we literally purchase so much, I can usually find a fit with every conversation I have, if not with our agency. I'm also on the Advocate Steering Council through DGS, and I have a wide reach to all the agency advocates, and that's over 175 different agencies. And so I'm constantly being contacted by other advocates to say if I know of any referral for a very niche type product. And there's a lot of niche products out there, wonderful products that you suppliers do provide. And by going out and communicating that at events like this, that is a great way to educate state agencies like advocates like myself on what's out there.
I'm really glad to hear that, because I mean, a lot of corporations do have mil vets and military veterans, and they usually carry the water a lot of times because they know us, they tell the story from us. So it's great that you are doing that as well. And I want to hear from you as well, Demisha. Any thoughts on that, what we're just talking about, past performance, getting our foot in the door?
Okay, past performance. Do what you say you're going to do. Make sure you do it to the best of your ability so that state agencies will use you over and over again. That's the best I can say. But the other thing you can do is with advocates, they know the people in their department that are buying what units, what sections, and they can actually help set up a one-on-one meeting where you can do a presentation in front of that section to show what it is that you have to showcase. We set a lot of those up over in the Office of Small Business, where we listen to different products from all kinds of things. And we figure out who is the best department, agency that should be listening to those types of pitches. And then we help send those out there for you. Yeah.
About yourself, John?
Yeah, I think what I'll add is we during the pandemic, we started up networks. Before that, we had the California Construction Expo we did with a lot of public agencies in Southern California. And then when we started networks, it was our attempt, we were trying to build the world's largest wastewater plant in Carson, California, about $8 to $10 billion. We want to ensure that 25% small and 3% DVB. Well, how do we do that? Well, we did a lot of outreach, right? We averaged 500 people to 600 people per event. But when we surveyed people after the third in-person event, a lot of small firms wanted more meaningful connections. So we started up something, sort of a vendor strategy. We have like different ways you can access Metropolitan, but we have things like our bench program. It's just a mentor protege program where we go to the large primes who are doing the designs on these facilities. And we can't just tell them do 25%. We've actually asking them, what do you need? And they're actually, believe it or not, this is Jacobs, this is CDM. These are companies that do billions of dollars. They still have the need. They're looking for small firms. They don't do these things like us. You don't see, CDM, a $18 billion a year company. They don't come here and sit on panels and do this work. But we want to help them, right? We're kind of your advocate on behalf of Jacobs or CD. And I met Bert, you just met the lady from Beads, the aerial drone. She is really close with folks at Jacobs. Well, they're on the cusp of winning a 300, or they're on the cusp. There's potentially, they may be coming in on a $300 million project. They haven't made a commitment that 25% and 3% is just going to be the ceiling for them. They want to work with our department. And so we'll do set up, mentor, protege, and that's one way to build capacity. The other one is we started something called the Contractor Academy. When we signed on to a project labor agreement, which is union only labor for construction, we realized it scares a lot of small firms to be in the union space and what that means. There's a lot of myths to it. What we found last year, out of the 17 non-union firms, 2 of them were DVBEs who joined, signed the letter of assent, got the coaching they needed free of charge. None of this cost anything. They're actually doing, so I think 16 firms who had never signed a union. They're growing because what you can do on union contracts like that is you can get the labor. There's tons of labor. There's lots of, still just, people say that, well, the Olympics are coming, the World Cup. There's probably not a lot of, there's a labor shortage. There's plenty of labor. We're tapping into San Bernardino, hard areas that have really been hit hard. We're trying to go to these, we're actually developing a program with Palos Verdes and Blythe and different San Bernardino College. We want to, there's too many people that don't have good paying jobs. And we believe the PLA and what it can mean for you to grow your business. You keep your core employees, but guess what? Maybe you put a couple top guys on a job, but you get 4 or 5 out of the union halls. So that's a way to build up capacity, and I could go on, but it's been.
I love that because a lot of small businesses cannot not say they can't get there, but some of these more bigger mid-sized firms do have the capacity to meet the demand signals. How do we find a way? Do they team together with the mid-sized, larger business, or do they partner with someone else to build that capacity out? Because maybe you guys need it there then, but maybe they can provide just a component of that RFP. Like, what are some things maybe a small business can look for, or at least tips wise? What can you say to them?
So for a small business starting out, especially if they don't have a lot of capital, first of all, there are great resources through your SBDC and Apex accelerators that can help you get some of those capital loans to get you startup money, seed money to get going. But as you start to build your business, I recommend, starting out small and start with contracts that you can actually know that you can perform. To your point about the performance, one of the reasons why we see contracts fail, one of the biggest reasons is because people they bite off more than they can chew. So when it comes time to actually deliver on the contract, they may be overextended. And so that's where we see some of that risk take place. And also, we have very large construction projects that go into the millions. And those are also advertised to the public as they're IFBs on Cali Procure that anyone in the public can see. And it's usually available to larger prime type contractors that have that capital and have the experience to do that large building with many components, like you said. So where a smaller business that is just starting out that maybe does windows or lights or carpet can fit in is starting to develop relationships with the prime contractors so that they can fill those components. And the way our agency works those contracts is we write in for those a 7% DVB. It's actually a 5%, but they usually offer like a 7% requirement for DVBEs. So any of our public works contracts that are on Cali Procure right now have a 5% DVBE requirement, which is 2% above the state mandate. So if a prime contractor wants to win that $4 million contract, they are required to subcontract out 5% of that to a DVBE. That could be carpet. That could be any part of the scope of work where they could carve out from the prime to the sub. It's a contract directly between them. We as an agency don't have the relationship with the subcontractor. So that's where the subcontractor can build those relationships by going to events. Caltrans hosts a lot of Meet the Prime events. They do them, I think, quarterly, and you can usually find those listed on DGS. Everything great is through DGS. If you Google search DGS events, they forecast events like this. This one is actually on DGS events today. That's where you can see a window, a snapshot of what's coming 2 to 3 months at any given time, all throughout the state of California. The Prime events are great places to go and make those relationships specifically with Prime.
I like that, and I like how you describe it. It's basically a way to get your foot in the door. Don't try to bite off more than you can chew. Get in there, get that revenue, get that first contract, and then you start building capacity off of there. I think that's very powerful. I do want to switch gears a little bit, kind of going to Demisha and DGS. What if I'm a first-time business owner? Does the DGS put out like certain broad areas to say like we need help in these areas? Maybe if somebody wants to start a business, or maybe if somebody knows someone that can potentially they can help with. Is there some type of planning guidance that DGS puts out?
Not in that way. DGS works with what we have is reciprocity partners, strategic partners, organizations like this that can help you with that. If you're just thinking about becoming a business, starting a business, we have people we can refer you to. We do give a little bit of general information on businesses because we do know a lot about it based on our certification, because they collect many different documents that businesses would have. But I would say, find organizations like this. You can find many of them on our events page. And when you go to these events, you'll see organizations that can help you. Starting from the ground up, many organizations you might have to pay sometimes, but they have programs in there, apprenticeship programs, grant programs, where they can help you move up. And many of those we also work with at DGS as our partners. Once you've figured out what it is you want to do, you can come over to DGS, and then from that moment, we can start to see where do you fit in when it comes to state contracting. And it might not even be state contracting. It could be contracting with other local counties that we have out in California, or it could be some other partners that we have, like the water districts, the UC districts, that might fit your niche much better.
Well, I know you're in water, so I think that's a problem that we all got to solve, right? You probably we're some more innovative people here. I say that because it seems like government's a little, not to insult them, but they're slowly moving the wheels towards more on the technology side and digital and AI. I'd love to hear kind of what your agency is doing to adapt, right? To stay relevant and to continue providing those type of services. Is there anything that you want to share that maybe folks that are in tech around here, that maybe they can keep an eye on, like cybersecurity as well?
Yeah, great question. The water industry, I was fortunate for about 10 years, I ran our innovation program and the small business program, but I had a lot more fun on the innovation program because I used to go around the country and just, it was part of a national grant. There was 40 of us. And we were going around Chicago, Baltimore, older systems, how would they embrace it? Washington, D.C., it's kind of won a lot of awards for innovation.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing is, as our industry, we're slow adopters, we're slow. You've heard of these things called incubators or accelerators for innovation. We found there's only one for water in the whole country, and it's in Las Vegas out of necessity, called Water Start. And it's millions of dollars goes into technology for startups for water. But yeah, we're just a very slow industry. They say it takes about 5 to 7 years for an idea to be sort of, put out there. And then because metropolitan water districts, we're not going to test your ideas on our, the public. If there's anything the public trusts more than they trust water, it's like, make sure our drinking water is safe. Right. And so we don't do a lot of testing. We have no money for pilot programs. We have to go get grants. So it's not easy. But when you think of AI, obviously cybersecurity, I just went through training last week, 4.5 hours mandatory cybersecurity training for every person in the company has to do it. It used to be 35 minutes and you can fast forward. Now you can't. You got to do the whole 4.5 hour class. And so they're taking that seriously, but we've ramped up. We went from about 30 employees in IT. We have 120 now. So, and that's another thing is we don't necessarily at Metropolitan always outsource all of our needs. We actually, like drones, I was talking to Sherry. I said, whatever happened with Metropolitan? She goes, well, we did a good job on one of your, we did a pilot for you guys on about $60,000. And we ended up hiring our own drone pilots because we saw the need was going to be multi-million dollars. And why not having them in-house? Because we're going to need to patrol our aqueducts 24/7. And I think the outside cost would have been too high. So decisions like that are always made in a public agency about the use of outside services versus inside. I could ramble on.
Yeah, I like at least that you're saying that the need is there and that you need to adapt, right? I get it. Government can be a slow-moving Titanic, and sometimes we don't see the iceberg until it's too late. But at least you guys are trying. And I'd love to hear maybe from Marcus and Demisha as well. But Marcus first, I'm just kind of piggyback off of that. Are you guys moving towards that as well, and kind of seeing how we should probably open up the aperture to more commercialization?
So our agency is kind of waiting to see where things land. We're cautiously optimistic that things will go in the right direction, where technology is going to help improve procurement solutions in the long run. Fortunately, we do have a government agency, GovOps. It's the there's the Governor's Office of Data and Innovation, that their whole task is, I'm sure they are knee deep in looking at innovations for the state of California. So as a state agency, I'm looking to them to see what they produce for us as a leader. I know that there's talks at all different levels on risks, how we can use AI to better procurement, but it takes time in state procurement to make a change, to take that leap. We want to make sure things have to be tested so thoroughly, and the technology changes so quickly that it's really, as soon as we would, as an agency, would create something, the innovation could change next week. So cautiously optimistic that there will be some.
Yeah, and Demisha, it sounds like we have to, like you said, meet the buyer, but we also have to educate you, right? Maybe there's something that we're cooking up, not saying in our lab or dorm room, but there's maybe something we say, hey, maybe we can help you achieve better operational efficiencies, improve digital citizen services. Let's talk about the education piece, because I think it sounds like you're open to that, right? Us educating a little more about our product and services.
Yes, we are. In fact, that is one of the contracts that we have the hardest time with, is in the IT sector, because we don't know what is normal for the industry. As we said, and as you've heard, it's a little slow going for us over at the state. We do a little bit of research, but we are bound by statutes and laws and policies and procedures and regulations that it makes it kind of hard for us. But we always look to anybody in the IT field that is submitting a bid. Always add additional information of how you're an expert at your field, how things are normal. So if you have to subcontract because of different AI pieces, why are you subcontracting that information out to another firm? I've thrown in the subcontractor, but really we need to know what's normal, because many times we have contracts where it says 90% is, I just learned this, it's called staff augmentation. We discovered it's just subcontracting, but we didn't know that. And so somebody would put 90% of that was done by their subcontractor, 10% by the prime. We denied that bid because it made no sense to us. Why would you give away 90%? But had that person contacted the buyer afterwards and said, hey, explain to me why you denied my bid, they would have told them, because we don't understand what this means, because we are the state, we're a little bit slow. But if you were to explain why you have to do this, why is it necessary, and any AI components, because that's a new thing that's with the state. We've had some laws come down where we need to know what are the AI components and how does that interfere with what's going on and does it fit within our scope. We're better equipped on that way to learn about innovation and to accept it into the different solicitations and contracts that we have. Right now at DGS, we are working on something, and it was an idea we had heard from small businesses. We worked with one called Boost DNA, and they created an outreach tracking system for my particular section that does use AI in that. It took a while because they had to be really thorough and strict, but from that, it has spawned out to other areas within our procurement areas, working on dashboards that are going to use AI to pull information from our website that can be combined so it can help you as the small business or DVBE find what you need and find what departments you need to go to. Another AI project we have is on Cali Procure. We're trying to incorporate what we call an e-marketplace. It's our example of Amazon. It's starting off slow. Right now it's with our bigger contracts or leverage procurement agreements, which are contracts that span 3 years and can get like 2 to 3 extra years extended. And so it's a big list of certified firms that can go on there, and any state buyers can go find the product or service they need from that contract and just buy directly that way. It's an easy way to get into the state. But they're going to be able to look on Cali Procure under this new e-marketplace. I want this product as a state buyer. Who's there? What's the price that's going by? A lot of it probably will be on the GSA schedules at this point because it's just a pilot, but we are trying to be more innovative and user-friendly for all of you out there.
I'm glad to hear that, because I'm ready for a Cali GPT to come out soon.
I will say that in procurement, especially with the state, use of like Chat GPT, especially like with scopes of work, it could really dilute the like the scope of work verbiage, but like in certain so we have to be careful with recommending to our buyers when they write their scopes of work not to use, be careful what you use, because it can change, it can make it verbose when you start to use a Chat GPT filter.
Yeah.
And contracting is so specific and so legalese. And a lot of times when you put text into a Chat GPT filter that has very specific terms and conditions with public contract code or state contract manual verbiage, it starts to adjust that language. And so we have to be careful. And that's why I think there might be a carefulness when it comes to mixing certain levels of AI with procurement, because it's so specific with contracting.
Yeah, I can see that from.
But where I can see the application really paying off is on some of our existing platforms, like she mentioned, Kelly Procure, modernizing that so that it can help generate better search results, helping streamline the bidding process. I know there's a lot of suppliers have some great tools out there. Green Ramp Group, who's one of the Granger LPA suppliers, developed a online tool to accept quotes from state agencies. That's something great. It's very innovative. They're the only supplier on the authorized reseller list on that Granger list that has gone that far. And I'd be curious to see how that has paid off for them. So we see a lot of suppliers doing great things. And I know there's a lot of intent and a lot of hope on the government side to do more of that same. It does take time and a lot of careful consideration. Before something is rolled out statewide on a state level, it really has to be vetted, workshopped, think tanked, piloted, tested. And as you know, state government already takes time, and we're playing catch up with artificial intelligence as it is, but we are hopeful.
No, that's a great answer. And I think that's a great case study. And if you guys want to add on to that, please, by all means. But I like that. I think if I remember the wildfires, they were putting out for some serious, like, it feels like the California state government was looking for some type of innovation when the wildfires in LA happened. And a few buddies of mine were interested in submitting what they did, right? Because, I mean, we got drone people out here. Maybe you guys needed footage, or maybe the citizens didn't know who to go to for financial services. So I think it's great that at least the state is starting to embrace that, and so they can continue to maintain, because you're right, that the pace of technology innovation is just going to continue to go faster and faster. I kind of want to dive one more topic, and then I want to put it up to the audience, because I know they've been here quite late, patiently waiting, and I want them to ask you questions as well. We can maybe call this even a lightning round here. Maybe in a couple of words, starting with you, John. What do you want to say to these exhibitors here today who are just inspired by what you have to say, but they say, hey, John, I feel like I can give you something that can really, really make an impact on your citizens and the services that we have to offer?
I think what's great about why our office was created 23 years ago was just that. We had an identity issue. Nobody knew who the Metropolitan Water District is because we don't deal with the public, right? We sell water to 300 water districts. So the public maybe sees us for a couple dollars on your property tax bill, but for the most part, our board of directors, which was 51 board members back then, 2002, they were serious about it's good public policy. Why aren't we giving back to the business community? So we started 23 years ago, had no idea what we were doing. But as was mentioned today, the state of California was one of our first calls to learn how they were doing it. They were the only ones really doing it 23 years ago, supporting small and DVBs, really, even in the nation. They were the top. And then we start now, I think, how many reciprocity partners you have? Well over 100. Mm-hmm. So, DGS, their leadership has changed everything. But in fact, I think because I have a staff of 5. A lot of you met, and Ken and Rick, big Dodger fan, go Dodgers. He took the day off. He's at the Dodgers now. He just sent me pictures. He's like, jealous? I'm like, yeah, a little, but no, I'm glad to be here. My team, we're advocates. We listen, right? You have to understand, we're not as big as the state, right? We're just your 5 little advocates at Metropolitan, but we'll sit with you. We'll coach you. We do coaching sessions, part of our vendor strategy. You get so many hours, you get meetings, what we call vendor introduction meetings. Our friend Ling is here. Hi. She has new products all the time, but she can't get in front of our security people. She can't, our head of security, because we don't do bids for everything. We only bid out 20% of our goods. Everything else is either through a relationship or a new idea coming to us. So got to use my team. There's 5 of us. We have a QR code with all of our personal contacts, cell numbers, whatever you need, but just talk to us. We do everything in 3-year cycles in the bidding side. So like the gentleman today, this wonderful guy, and the fuel guy, he already went home and called me and looked at the last 4 bids over the last 12 years for fuel, and he's going to meet with his senior staff. So, but again, just use the advocates, use us. You came here today. That's 90% of the
Showing up is half the battle, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Demetria, what about you?
No, I'd say the same thing. Contact us to see what it is that you do. We might be able to have somebody that we can have contact you about your product or service. So you said a couple words there.
There you go, Marcus.
So I'll leave you with this. It was mentioned earlier in the day that state agencies, there's a law that we have to hit 25% for small business dollar participation for all dollars spent, and 3% if you're a disabled veteran business enterprise. So if you are a disabled veteran business enterprise owner, state agencies need you. So keep going to events like this, keep marketing yourselves to the state agencies, keep trying to win those award contracts. And if you don't get one right away, keep trying, keep reaching out to your DGS partners, the SBDC, the ARC, the Apex accelerators. They can help you. If you're missing something in your solicitation packets that's making you non-responsive, non-responsible, and you're not winning awards, find out why. Ask the agencies, maybe they can give you some insight. Look at the Cali Procure bid results. You can see the historical, see who won that contract that you submitted a quote for, so that you can have visibility and transparency on what might have gone wrong. And our agency is one of few state agencies that actually has a DVBE first policy. That means that anytime we do a contract, whether it's for goods or services, our buyers are required to solicit only DVBEs first. If they're unable to find an adequate DVBE vendor pool, they're required to go through me for approval on a waiver. And I don't like to approve those, and I don't approve them often. So our agency has the veteran community in mind. It makes sense. We're the military department. We support our own. With that said, with the 3% DVBE goal, we usually do 10 times that any given year. We range anywhere between 20 to 30%, depending on how much dollars we spend in that fiscal year. Small business, we double that. And I credit that to my leadership and the rest of my management team that I'm a part of, because we take it seriously. For us, it's not just a metric. We see the livelihood in the communities. When I go to these outreach events and I meet the suppliers that I see in our fiscal skippers and our contract history, I know the good that we're doing. So I'm just glad to be here, and thank you for letting me be a part of this.
Thank you. No, appreciate it. All right, audience, this is your turn to ask a couple questions. Again, I don't want to be the person that is stuck between them and dinner. I understand that's a very important thing as we're getting ready to dinner. Please pick up a mic. If you don't have a mic, let me know. But you give a mic. There you go.
Okay.
You can roam around a little for you.
Thank you.
You had 2 mics.
First of all your wisdom is being gleaned upon ever so slightly. I can't unpack it all, but I will tell you that I know that it's valuable, extremely valuable. I think you hit on this, so I might have missed it in mid-conversation, but what niche do you kind of find yourself to be most involved in procurement, right? Is it tech? Is it government? Is it automobile? I think you said oil. I just want to figure out, is there something that is consistently looked at as valuable in the government space?
So for our agency, I mentioned we have our hands on a little bit of everything. But if I was to say, like, the top line would be construction. So part of running the military installations is a lot of our installations are 1940s infrastructure. So we're constantly tearing down, rebuilding, remodeling, putting new roofs on. Hundreds of buildings over, like Camp Roberts has 40,000 acres, and it's a wide footprint. So at any given year, we don't have the agency dollars to replace all the roofs necessarily in one year. So they cycle out. So if you're in construction, if you're a small business or DVBE owner that does anything with roofing, concrete, if you sell gravel, if you sell paint, I mean, literally anything that constructs a building, that's our like top line category.
That's insightful because of natural disasters and stuff like that. Definitely makes it, yeah, you know, just in case somebody wants to start some stuff, create some anarchy. I don't know, might get a grant or two. My next question is, do you have a story, like a personal story that you value a lot, you know, regarding like, you know, somebody you helped or somebody that helped you that you can share with us?
I hate to steal the floor, but I actually have a great story. And I actually just saw the supplier that's a part of the story a week ago at DGS. There was an event and she came up to my table. So as I mentioned, you know, we have a DVB first policy, and I actually started out in procurement with our agency as a buyer. So I was doing the solicitations, and with the DVBE requirement in mind, I was always trying to think how I can find new DVBEs to do business with, not just the same ones. So I remember finding a supplier. Her name is Tina Chavos. She runs a company called Serving Again. And I found her on Kelly Procure, and we started sending her solicitations. She started getting awards, and we started seeing her name more and more and including her in more solicitations. And I moved on from Camp Roberts about a year and a half after doing that position to our headquarters office. But I always kept tabs on Tina. And it was heartening to see, as I go through and look at that Fiscal Skippers, to see the award history. I started to see that CAL FIRE is using her, Cal Vet is using her, and she's starting to take fire. And I had a little piece of that in the beginning when I knew that she was starting out. And she's a disabled veteran. And I just to know how that helped her livelihood and to be a part of that success story. And I shared that with her last week when I saw her. And her eyes lit up because, you know, I know that when and that's another great thing about events like this, is when you get to meet the people that you actually do these contracts with, it puts a face to the name and makes it more heartfelt, more valuable, not just a number or a metric.
Great question.
Anybody else? I love stories.
I have so many. I've been doing this 23 years, and I think I don't have any specific story, to be honest. There's a lot. Sherry Painter's one that was on the dais before us, the drone lady. She's been coming to all our events for 8 years. She finally came to one of our in Carson in-person events, and she came up. She goes, "John, I still come." And I said, "Great job, Sherry." And she's, you know, the drone pilot. And all of a sudden, next to me was a construction manager. And standing next to him was the project manager for a $100 million project we're doing off the 15 freeway right here down the street. And it was J.W. Fowler's, the contractor. And the guy looked at her and he said, "You know what would be really cool is if we got a drone company come in and film as we're putting this is the largest diameter pipe in the country. It's about to go into this right by March Air Force Base." And she got the contract. And it wasn't a huge contract. It was about $75,000. But if Sherry hadn't been there, she just kept coming, finds me. I'm sitting there talking to all these guys. And all of a sudden, she got the video. We made her a testimonial at the next event where she spoke about what it meant to her and her firm. And all of a sudden, all these other big primes are now calling her to do the same thing. So she just came up to me, and I don't think she's here anymore, but she said it's been a relief, especially since they lost that SCE contract for $12 million. Every little bit helps to keep her employees and their families getting a paycheck. So just a lot of great stories, great question. But that's why we do what we do. We love it.
Powerful. Thank you. Sir.
Dick Gray, DVE Global Marketing. John and I have known each other, 20, 25 years?
Here we go.
We both look younger then. This is not so much a question. It's over 25 years worth of working with agencies and what have you, as passing on this information to the others. Come to events. It's still a people business. We can do all of the stuff for putting profiles in, doing everything else, but they need to know who you are, why you can tell them face to face why you want to work with me. Teaming, big thing in government. If you could put two businesses together that are not related to go in jointly on something, you have more power of getting contracts. With the state of California, 2002, I had 0 clients with the state of California. 27 agencies in the state of California buy from me today. The other thing about it is I ask my contacts there, the DVBEs, because I am a DVBE certified in small business. You know what I do. You know other people in agencies in the state. You know people in related positions in the counties, the cities, the colleges, universities, the utilities that can use my services. So go out and please pass the word on that I can do these things. Doing it all of this way over the last 23 years, I have generated millions of dollars in business off of referrals. It's easier to come in the side door than butt your head against the front door.
Great testimony. Thank you, Dick. I really appreciate that. Please give our panelists a really loud applause, ladies and gentlemen. They didn't have to be here despite what's going on, but they're here because they want to improve your economic livelihoods. And you guys cannot leave because we got some Skin in the Game awards for you guys. So as I call them, please clap for each one of them, starting with Marcus Delphin. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate you. Thank you. Ms. Demisha Swanson. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And my high school prom pick right here, John Ryrena. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, give them a round of applause. And thank you guys for joining us for our final panel today. Real quick, we do have some remaining Skin in the Game awards. We're probably going to bring you up slowly real quick, but we have not forgotten about you. And thank you for those who have stayed still today. So stand by in 2 minutes. That's your copy. That's you. Yeah. Hey, real quick, if you are still here and you hear your name, please come on up. Starting with Cindy Lemke, please come on up. Ariana Cepeda, if you're still here, please come on up. Sabina Hernandez, if you're still here, please come on up. Pierre Washington, if you're still here, please come on up. Josh Kress, if you're still here, please come on up. Christina Cepeda, if you're still here, please come on up. And Cynthia or Cindy Dahl, if you're still here, please come on up. I will, for sure. Cindy, thank you so much for coming up here. It was great talking with you. Would you like to quickly tell the audience of what you're doing, all the great work you're doing with your organization?
Thank you to the 6 of you that are left. I appreciate you staying. No, I'm just kidding. Well, what a beautiful day this was to support each other and work with each other and learn about the collaborations and resources and all the things that we can do to better ourselves, support each other, and do some great business together. My name is Cindy Lemke, and I'm with Saboba's Legacy Bank. And we are the only tribal-owned bank in California and this side of the Western Rockies. And we are a community bank that serves small and medium-sized businesses. So if you have any questions about banking, I would love to help serve you. And even just about collaborating, financial literacy, or anything that we can do on a professional level to collaborate, we can talk about these things because banking doesn't have to be done at Legacy, but you have to have a separate account. Do not think that you can have a personal account and run your business, folks. This is not going to help you in the long run. It never will work out. So let's talk about you getting your finances in order. Thank you so much, and congratulations to everyone that showed up because you're helping your business grow.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I do also have another Skin in the Game award for my brother from another mother, Mr. Demarius Russell. Him and I served in the Marine Corps. We go back since 2009. That's how long I've known him. We're actually roommates. We live in downtown San Diego. And this was great about how this came together, because this co-MC thing happened because another veteran who couldn't make it. And what I love about veterans is they're ready to go. As soon as you give them that opportunity, they're ready to jump in here. So we found out about a week ago from Al that he needed some co-MCs for this event. And Russell, who I've known for so long, Demarius, Marine Corps boxer, master's at UCSD, a financial advisor, and a veteran advocate. And the fact that he stepped up and said, I'm going to help another fellow Marine, that says a lot about him. So please join me in giving Demarius Russell this award for Skin in the Game. Demarius, floor is yours.
Thank you. I give all thanks to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I am, disciple, and truthfully, this would not be possible without him. I just want to be, bit of an honor to Albert and the rest of you guys for kind of continuing with this. I'm just a piece of this, trying to, contribute to telling the stories and representing the part of this country that is also valuable to me. And most importantly, just, be helpful where to be helpful and serve my community where needed. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Again, we're going to do one more roll call again. If you hear your name, please come on up. Sabina Hernandez, Pierre Washington, Ariana Cepeda, Cynthia Orsini Dahl, and Christina Cepeda. Okay, thank you. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for coming on up. And with that, we will stand by.